Welcome in, everybody. We're so happy to have you here for session 13 of Everlast. So, for all that are joining right now, let's go ahead and introduce ourselves and everything. Let's go ahead and start with Max with Zill.
Hello, I'm Max. I play the delightful Zill, who, you know, is not as big as people think, but can take a hit like a champ. Shows up, swings his axe, and gets thrown on the floor by giant monsters.
Yes.
It's great. But Waffle's okay.
Waffle is okay. Just hiding in the armor. The armor's strong, protecting him. He's good. He's good to go. Well, awesome. Let's go ahead and jump to Cole, our next player.
Hi everyone, I am Cole, and I play Luke Sully of the Silverwood, and resident party healer, and making sure people don't die. Shrine Maiden likes to pray and all that good stuff.
Yeah, it did work last session, keeping everybody alive. We were mentioning actually before the stream that I didn't realize, looking at everyone's character sheet, how much damage I was actually doing to the party. And the fact that, like, Luxalia was just putting off heals, like, the entire battle, I'm like, yeah, this is good. This helps me balance things. So, yeah, it's good. But, great. Glad to have Cole with Luxalia. Let's go ahead and move on to our next character, Dane.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dane Orforged here on this channel, and I play the character Mistletoe Yuki. She is a Draken, a silver Draken bard, but she's no run-of-the-mill bard. She is a physical DPS. She is a sword dancer class who uses 2 broadswords to deal a bunch of damage. So,
Sweet.
it's quite nice, yeah.
Which we're going to go ahead and move on to our next attacker, Connor.
Hello, guys. I'm Connor. I play Belbin. Belbin during this last dungeon got struck, and he's not doing so hot. All he knows is fine dining and breathing. So they threw out his name.
Classy man.
Yeah. So he needs to rest a little bit, so he's looking forward to getting out of this dungeon. But also I've got to go at a certain point in the stream, so yeah.
We're happy to have him for as long as we do. And finally we have Thordane, which again is played normally by John. Him being out for a little bit of time here is going to be covered mechanically by Dane. And then, of course, I'm Kyle Lafont. I am the Fate Weaver and creator of Everlast. And we're very, very happy to have all of you joining us, especially at this very interesting time in finally completing a dungeon and going forward. But before we begin, we're quickly going to jump into a few legal mumbo-jumbo things. This game is not released. And one of the things that I want each of you to note is Fantasy Forge Studios and Kyle Lafont own all copyrights in the text, images, video, audio, graphics, story, gameplay mechanics, and all the intellectual property involved with the creation of Everlast. Again, it is not a released game for the public quite yet. That being said, because of that, it's one of those things that we want to be able to protect it as it's a game that, is currently being produced. However, you may use these and the contents of this for your own homebrew D&D sessions if you want to set basically your game in the world of Everlast. So something to note. But let's go ahead and jump in without further ado. Again, we do have a player that has to peace out. So bringing us kind of back in from what had just recently happened, the story so far, as we might look at it as. Eclaas Eeas had this ragtag group of adventurers have made their way onto this island called Aishen Island, and a bunch of things happen, chasing bandits into the jungle, finding out that there's an evil sorcerer living in this keep, going in, infiltrating the keep, and basically destroying all of these servants of the evil sorcerer. Were able to finally make their way all the way up into the final room, to which last session they did final battle with Ameos, the sorcerer of Lillothy. One thing to also note is they had found allies in actually the bandits that they chased into the jungle. There are characters by the name of Duluth, of course, Duluth is the leader of the bandits. Salic, Matic, and Crowvault were the 3 named bandits that they have met thus far. And also a gold draken that they found inside the keep as a prisoner by the name of Krothos. And so basically that group and a few of the bandits that they were able to rally together, while Eclaas Eeas was fighting this group of evil cultists and of course Ameos, were doing battle with the rest of the cultists down below in the keep below. Just trying to get rid of the evil that is infiltrating this place. And that's where we're going to go ahead and leave off. So Eclaas Eeas had just defeated Ameos with final blows being dealt, I believe. Who was it that did?
It was Yuki.
Was it Yuki? Yuki finished the final
Stabbed him in the
blows.
throat.
Yes, that's right. And dealing final blows, the portal itself that was at the very back of this tower began to close, with Luxalia nearly being sucked into it, and fortunately last minute able to save herself. And Thordane taking some kind of sacrificial bloody cauldron and keeping that from being sucked into the portal.
After doing science.
After doing science, of course, yes. But the portal did eventually end up closing, and that is where we left with Eclaas Eeas. So Eclaas Eeas is alone in this room with the body of Ameos on the floor right next to them, ready for them to do whatever they want to do. So let's go ahead and hand it over to the party.
Oh, I hate the void. If that was the void. I hate portals too.
Go ahead, actually, Luxalia, and to make a focus skill check for me.
Focus.
Oh, this.
Yeah, as this is happening,
15.
Yuki.
15. Yeah, go ahead.
As this is happening, Yuki is re-putting the scroll back into her gloof bag, and she's examining Ameos for anything interesting.
Perfect. So, Yuki, you got Luxalia, you got a 15 on that roll, which essentially what that is one thing that you did notice during your time of potentially being sucked into this void is it had an energy to it, but an energy that's quite different maybe from voiden energy, and something that feels familiar, almost as if it was somewhat holy type energy coming from this portal. Yeah, really odd, really interesting. It's definitely a different feel from the vibes that you were getting from the sacrificial circle that was below, with the voiding crystals on it. Just something to note to keep in your brain bank there. Yuki, you take a look at this body of Ameos, and it is lying on the ground, stiff, lifeless. And you go ahead and you make a search. Go ahead and make a straight D16 roll, basically a wisdom skill check as you're searching through this body.
Oh gosh, all right. I don't think my wisdom's great, if I remember off the top of my head. Wisdom skill check. I'm still at a -2, so that's a solid 9.
A solid 9.
Yeah.
So as you look down upon this cultist, there's not much in the ways that is drawing your attention to anything that he has on his body. Actually, one thing that you've noticed is he is lacking of a lot of stuff that you would go into battle with. You can tell that this is a guy who, outside of his equipped weapon, was not necessarily expecting or prepared for battle when this ritual that he was creating began. However, that being said, a couple of things do draw your interest. So as you look down upon the body, as everybody had kind of noticed, there is a mask that is covering his face. The mask is a full-length mask, and there's kind of a hood that goes, a pointed hood that goes over the top.
Nice.
But it's a almost iron-looking mask, and it has 2 eye holes kind of shaped where it's bulbous in the center, and then they kind of go up to a fine tip on each side, and it has a kind of crooked smiling mouth with bars that go along on each side of it. So you do notice that if you want to attempt to take that, but also what he has equipped in his hands. These are very interesting looking objects. They're claw-like contraptions that seem to fit over kind of like gloves, but they have handles that he is currently very loosely gripping. And that's something that if you wish to do so, you can take as well.
Yuki, hesitant from her past experiences dealing with beings of the voiden persuasion, notices these things, but she's nervous to touch them herself. So she calls over Luxalia. Luxalia, I'm so sorry. I don't want to touch these, but I think these might be of use to us. Can you tell whether or not these will do anything crazy to us? And she points to the claws and the mask.
So, yeah, Luxalia, you make your way over and you examine these closely. I'm going to have you make an elemental skill check for me.
All right. Wow. 8.
8. Looking upon the mask first, the energy that you saw, basically the radiant glowing eyes of this mask that you saw while they were currently being used, you take a look at this mask closely and you actually don't sense any manic or any other magical type energy coming from this thing at all. It seems to be completely sapped of all of its power or whatever it is. The claws, on the other hand, you do notice as you get closer to them, there is a malevolent energy coming from these, and you are especially susceptible to it. It's something that even without super deep investigation, like there seems to be something not so good coming off of the claws themselves. But the mask seems relatively harmless and devoid of any kind of art or manic powers of any kinds.
What do your Glyvan eyes see, Luxalia?
I'll relay that information. The mask looks fine. The claws look sketchy.
Okay. Well, Yuki starts jostling the helmet off, trying to pull it off of a dead man's face, is dented in by Belb in the last battle.
Uppercutted, just broken into his forehead a little bit.
Yeah, and so she attempts to take it off, and she actually looks over towards Belbin, which I don't know what he's doing right now, but I noticed that he was looking at it. I'm like, you know what? I can't fit this mask on my head. My lovely horns won't let it. But Belbin, you seem to have liked this. Do you want this?
Yeah, Belbin will definitely take it, but also, is Ameos' body just laying on the ground, basically?
It is. So at the end of last session, they actually saved it from flying into the portal.
The void.
But it's a lifeless body on the ground at this point.
Okay. So Belbin wants to just run over there and essentially start kicking the dead body.
Okay.
Just continue beating it.
Yeah, you do. You begin to beat it over and over, almost kind of like this power hunger comes over.
Curb
Belbin.
stomping. Yeah.
And it's a very human body, and so it's bleeding. It's doing all the things that you would expect by curb stomping a dead body, but without life in it. It's just lifeless bludgeoning.
Are there any marks on it that on the body itself that identify anything about him in particular?
Anything about him in particular? That's good.
Or just where he comes from. Is there anything interesting on him?
I would say before Belbin came over and started curb stomping and doing his thing, one thing that you did notice is you took this mask off of the face, and it is what looks to be a man in his late 30s. He actually has very fine features, almost flawless skin to a point, pretty much devoid of any blemishes or anything like that. He's got jet black hair, and he's got eyes that obviously, while lifeless, seem to be piercing even in death. Outside of that, you just notice that he's a relatively handsome man. Before Belbin just comes over and just starts smashing things in and kind of deforming him up until that point. So that was what you were able to notice right off the bat. If you wish to stop Belbin from beating the body, or attempt to stop Belbin from beating the body, you might be able to search through and find anything else.
All right.
I mean, I would like to.
Okay.
Can I come up and join the party?
I know he's our enemy, but like, still, that's not cool.
Dale, can you do that weird mumbo jumbo tingly thing that you do when sensing
Yeah.
evil things on these claws?
Oh wait. First, let's deal with Luxalia's thing.
Yeah.
So first, right off the bat, before making any rolls, how is Belbin going to respond to that?
Belvin doesn't really have his wits about him. He'll just, if Luxalia is saying stop, he'll just kind of like stop and calm down. Probably take the mask from Yuki if she's still offering it. Just very open to any suggestions.
So easily persuaded by any means. Okay, cool. So you go ahead and you take that mask and put it in, and you basically kind of just like sit in the corner, almost like a puppy waiting like for like the next next order per se. Great. Next, we're gonna have Max and Yuki. What are you guys doing? Or sorry,
Can I come up and join them?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Do I sense any evil spirits?
Currently, I'm gonna actually have you make an elemental skill check for me. And I know like you can automatically sense that, but based on specificity of where you might be sensing certain things.
Okay. Elemental. Non-natural 16.
Ooh.
Yo, freaking sick.
Well done. You do sense a little bit of some kind of energy, and it is drawn directly to those claws. But it seems like from your general Ziltingle that you've got, like nothing else in the room seems to be throwing any signs of evil.
Like within anything else within because it's got a range of a mile.
Yes.
Guys, haven't felt this at peace since we got here.
Yeah, this
Speaking
is actually
of which,
something that's relatively relieving to you, and so
Oh.
it is a burden completely off your back. So I'm actually going to have each and every one of you, with the exception of Belbin, I'm going to have you make you're going to make piety skill checks for me.
Nice.
10.
10.
Natural 16 for Yuki. Plus 1, 17.
Okay.
12.
12. So Zil, and can you roll for Thordane for me?
Yeah.
So Zil, you do feel this enormous burden lifted off of you, and to the point where you are just you're finally able to think clearly for the first time. For it seems like 24 hours. It's crazy how the effect is. You go ahead and you reduce your misery score by -1. Luxalia.
It's a 9 for Thordane, by the way.
Okay. Same thing with Thordane. He reduces his misery score by -1. Luxalia, you are being in this room and like experiencing all kinds of horrific things from the void. It's quite disparaging to be able to see the bodies and everything around. However, you do note that the teamwork that you were able to get through, and mostly just how well everybody worked together, that's something that's really not weighing heavy on your heart, but like lightening your heart. And just kind of the idea of, wow, this is finally over, this is finally done. You go ahead and reduce your misery score by -1. And so, however that is. So, and then Yuki.
By the way, it's not a natural 16; it's a skill check, and I still have a -2, so it'd be a 15 total.
Okay, 15 total.
Yeah.
So natural 16, but not
-2.
because it's,
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, skill check. Yeah.
So Yuki, you are searching this body and everything, and this has been an emotional drain on you completely. This whole experience from dealing with Salic, dealing with all of the body evil energy, but something actually comes to your mind during this, and it reminds you of a specific companion that you used to travel with, and that you know, even in your darkest times, especially in when you were down in the Subterran being captured by Nymphixa. So for those of you who don't know what Nymphixa is, she was an evil lady that held Yuki captive at the very beginning of the game and held most of the party captive. The only thing that you can remember that kept you going was the promise of potentially seeing your friend again, and you could hear his words whispering in your ear, telling you to keep going and to keep going, and that brings you peace. In this moment, you can reduce your misery by -2.
Nice.
Wait,
Guys?
question. Misery is a fates check thing?
It's a fates check thing, yep.
If I already have a point of virtue, does it do anything?
Yeah, so basically you have, the way that it goes is when your virtue, it starts at your maximum, like, potential, like, points of that. So I think you're at a 16 for your faith? Basically, you start at 16 and then you go down. So you were at 16 and then you reduce that to for basically 15. So by -1. So
Well, she's already in virtue, though, is the thing.
Still, like, you have, like, points of misery in virtue all the way down
gotcha.
to 0
Gotcha.
in virtue, potentially. But you
So
still
if
have
you get
points
0
of
virtue, it doesn't help you anymore. It just makes it harder to get out of virtue, right?
Correct.
Correct.
So if you gain points of misery, you can still be in virtue, but because obviously people who are virtuous are still tempted. People who are virtuous are still experience the
I
things
guess
around them.
how do I get back to not virtue?
Basically, you have to gain points of misery that exceed your base value, or your final value. So you were sitting at 16. If you gained a point of misery at that point, that would bump you into neutral. Does that make sense? At 0 points.
Okay.
So, starts at
the
0,
opposite.
goes up to your max. Starts at 0, goes up to your maximum.
Cool.
Okay.
All right. I turn to Zill and I say, I don't like the idea of these claws sitting
Oh,
here.
those claws are super sketchy.
I know. I don't like them just like sitting here in this fortress. I think we should somehow try to take them with us. Do you think we should maybe cut off his arms or something and carry his arms with the claws still attached somewhere? I don't really want to touch those, to be quite honest.
Actually, at this point, with Belbin doing his thing to the corpse of him, again, his grip was very loose on them, and so after the beating, he has actually dropped these off of his hands, and one is laying kind of on top of him, and the other one is on the floor next to him.
I mean, just based off of our experience with some cursed weapons in the past, I don't necessarily want to touch these directly on. Is there any way we could probably cover them and throw them over our back in a sack or something? Like,
Evan
not
will
necessarily a backpack?
Reach down and grab him.
Oh, God. Belvin.
Belvin, you immediately reach down and grab them, and you actually equip them as if, like, you have actually some kind of skill. So these are actually a Tonfa weapon. So you have some use with these in the past. It is you have just picked up Claws of the Cursed.
Nice.
However, as you pick these up, you don't notice actually anything different about anything. So it just feels normal just to pick them up, and you're just you don't notice anything change or anything different.
Yuki kind of freaks out. Belvin, wait, what are you doing? And then sees that he's acting normal-ish.
Unchanged.
Are you okay?
Zill just does this.
Yeah, are you okay? Are you feeling okay, buddy?
I feel fine. Maybe I can make the check.
No,
make a
you don't
check,
even
or
need
no?
to make a
Just
check.
good?
You feel fine.
Great.
All right. Well, maybe we should go downstairs and see how our friends have fared. They were fighting down below.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we should go check on them.
Thordane, as you guys are doing all this, he's been standing there with this bowl in his hands during this whole time. Just kind of watching and experiencing anything. Is there anything specifically that you want Thordane to do in this moment, like with the bowl or whatnot?
Can you drink it?
No.
It's blood, isn't it?
Disgusting. You're gonna have to make a super high fortitude check for him to be like, yeah, even considering that. / knowledge / wisdom. I mean, it's a bowl of blood. I don't know if Thordain would totally be down willingly drink that.
Thordain's just like, yes, the science. I saw that it set Ameos's clothes on fire, and he's just super intrigued.
And I'm just looking down at this body. I'm like, oh, finally we're done with Amos.
Yeah,
I think it was Ameos, wasn't it, Zil?
It's definitely Amos.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe I was wrong the whole time. Maybe I was mishearing it.
It's an accent thing.
I don't know. That's what
the Helix accent. I understand.
That's what Duluth
sugar
told
with
me.
the
He said
eel.
Amos. I remember. I remember good.
Yeah. Well, I
Since the young
think
school
Luxali,
girlfriend.
maybe give a blessing to the bodies and let's be on our way, I guess. There's not a lot we can do right now with them.
I'll do that.
There's lots of them, and this room's still kind of just littered with corpses, right?
Yeah, down and around kind of the edges in the sides, there is a decent amount of bodies. However, one thing that you do notice as you make your way down kind of into this ritual space that was down around here, the bodies of the demons that you had fought before have completely dissolved to nothingness, and there's no trace or remnant of that they ever were there. Including the big brute that was chilling up by the circle that Zill was fighting earlier.
I see.
I feel like we should do some sort of burial ritual thing for these people.
I agree, but maybe first we should check to see if the combat and the battle down below has finished. Maybe we can assist in any way.
Yeah.
By the way, Yuki's gonna
Why
like
don't you
pull
take
things
a
out of her
nap?
background. Yeah, well, not necessarily a nap, but I need to heal. I'm not feeling too great. And
I'm
Belvin, you're
tired.
definitely not looking too good, buddy. Just noticing that he's not looking good.
Hopefully there's no fighting going on down there.
Yuki's just gonna look through her bag and attempts to like find some healing stuff and heal herself. So maybe this is the time to do it if we need to.
Yeah.
By the way, what does the Camela's brew do? I can read it. Can I read it?
Yeah, feel
Can I
free.
read it on stream? All right. So, or not that. Sorry, Earth Flame wine. The consumer restores 4d8 hit points and gains immunity to the effect of weariness for the next 2 hours. I feel like that's a waste to use it now.
With that being the case, even if you're at 3 points of weariness,
Yeah.
you will still have the 3 points of weariness, but you don't
And still
suffer the
gain more.
effects of it.
Oh, interesting. That's fine. We're done.
So
We fought
once the
Big
2 hours is done, then you still feel the weariness. It
That's
doesn't like
pretty
get rid
insane.
of weariness, but
That's pretty intense. Oh my gosh. Well, she's just gonna drink something, I guess. What does she have? She has things. She's gonna drink a simple health potion.
okay.
So, and now she's got an empty vial in her bag. So she's gonna heal +10 to herself,
Sweet.
and she's feeling better.
She's feeling better.
Also, Yuki,
Yes,
that's a
Yes,
fancy
yes,
bag
look.
you got there.
it is a fancy bag, isn't it, Zill?
Does it have some extra room in it?
Yeah, I've got a little bit. I mean, I'm a little heavy. She takes out the freaking massive orb that she's been carrying around the entire time. I've still been holding on to this thing, this mysterious orb. I don't know what to do with it. But aside from this, I'm doing okay. And so,
They got room for some rocks.
for some rocks, does it have room for some rocks? Yeah, I think it has a little bit of room. I can manage some space.
Just pull out a big
Just so you
pile
know,
of
it
iron
has
ore.
a slightly increased capacity now, so it's not like as insane as it was when you're playing it back in the day as a D&D, but
Yes.
it does have an increased capacity, so I can do that. What are you giving me, Zil?
pile of iron ore.
So Yuki digs through her bag and she's just kind of, rummaging through their things, and she notices that there is this ring on her finger, and she notices that it's been there for a while. And she's just like, oh, I forgot I had that on. She takes it off and she feels no different. She's like, why did I have this ring again? And she just pulls it up and is like looking at it. And she's like, I don't think this is benefiting me at all.
That's a nice ring.
It is a nice ring. It's kind of
It's a
like
diamond
yours,
ring, right?
Zil. It is it's a gold diamond ring. So it's a
Oh,
gold.
gold.
Yeah, it's a gold
Platinum,
band.
platinum diamond.
Sorry,
Platinum.
platinum diamond ring. Yeah. So it's a thing. She's like, I don't feel like this has any specific effects on me at all. I feel like these rings are supposed to at some point. Although it kind of
Yeah,
looks
I'm
like yours,
looking-
Zill. And she points to his ring on his finger.
I'm looking at mine. I'm looking at yours. White's more my color.
Yeah. I
Fashion.
mean, you know, you're not wrong there,
Fashionistas.
Zill. And you know what? I don't have a lot of red on my wardrobe. Looking at her blue hair and her armor, maybe it will help things stand out. Would you like to just trade? Do you think that would be cool?
Yes.
All right. Will
So, yeah,
she
go ahead and
hand
swap.
something over
So the ruby gives a +2 to mind.
to mind? Cool. Well, the diamond gives a +2 to charisma. So feel free to
Great. I'm gonna be even harder to. That's going straight into influence.
Nice. All right. Cool. By the way, Kyle, on
Friendly?
the sheets themselves, we put them into our
Your
accessories, but
if
then
you
we have
wish
to
equip
manually
them.
change. And then we
Yeah.
have to manually change it.
Correct. And so basically what you have to do on the character sheet, sorry guys, just aside, helping people learn how to use these. You can basically go to your inventory, put it in, because it's an accessory, put it in your armors tab. You can type it in, and then with the effects and everything, you can basically just copy and paste it from the accessories list in the items. So it has like
Yeah.
the weights, everything. It has the value. It has the effect. You can go ahead
So-
and do that.
So we do it in our inventory before we do it in our statistics page.
I would, just to keep track of things, and then you can go in your statistics and change it accordingly, however you want to do so.
Okay. So she's gonna do that. What kind of ring is it? In fact, it's a
Platinum ruby.
platinum ruby. Okay. All right. Cool. We'll make that trade. And he also, or Yuki also takes the stones that he was handing her and puts
It's
them in
iron
her
ore.
backpack. Iron ore.
It's
Okay.
6 iron ore.
Okay. That's miscellaneous, I'm assuming.
That's going to be under materials. Yeah, you can put that in miscellaneous. That's fine.
Okay.
It's in the materials tab in your.
I don't
items.
I don't know if I can carry all of these. I might be able to carry 3 of them for you, buddy.
3. Okay.
Yeah, is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's what she's gonna do. And yeah, basically that's it.
Oh no, I'm still 0.4 over.
I can carry 4.
I can carry one too if you need.
No, 4 is plenty.
By the way, sorry, where do I go into the items section? I completely copy and paste it. How do I do that?
It's just like the effect, you copy and paste it into the effect
Okay.
for the armor. So,
Okay.
yeah,
And
it's still
as
a
well-
little bit manual stuff, but it's
As
there.
well as the weight and cost, I manually do those as well.
Yeah. So one thing that you can do is like you can do some of the bookkeeping like afterwards, especially if you know that you have like room, and then just make a note that you put those in your inventory, and then you can maybe fill in some of the extra if you feel like you want to spend the time afterwards to do that. But,
Okay, cool.
Yep. So that's up to you guys how you wish to do that. But okay, so the trade is made. What else do you guys want to do? Anything else while you're still in here before descending?
Nope.
Alright.
Yuki's
I'm
good.
good. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, actually, I'm gonna drink one potion to heal 10 points.
Okay. Perfect.
'Cause I'm
And
dying.
just make sure to unclick a charge of that from your adventurer's pouch or bag or
Okay.
wherever you're doing that from. So,
Yep.
Sweet. All right, so you guys go ahead and you make your way to the door. It is relatively almost deafeningly quiet coming from downstairs, but you guys decide to descend, and as you do so, you make your way into a very humid courtyard. At this point, it is getting to the point where the sun is just barely peeking up over the horizon, and dawn has made its way into the world. You have spent the better part of almost 24 hours in this place. And as you descend, you still feel that kind of lifting of kind of like the heaviness of the evil energy that is without. However, the one thing that you do notice as you make your way down into the courtyard there are a number of bodies that are there. You don't see anyone living currently in the courtyard. You just see that it's littered with about 4 or 5 bodies. And you notice that 3 of them are robed and 2 of them look to be the bodies of bandits.
Can we go double check and see
Mhm.
if there are friends?
So you look amongst the robed bodies, and they look to be just kind of like some of the cultists that were there. They look pretty broken, cut up, bruised, and with a couple of kind of like kicks and nudges, you notice that they are completely lifeless. You go over, there's one kind of slumped against a wall, and it is a bandit of one of the ones that were standing guard. And then you see one actually slumped up against the wall on the south side, kind of leading into the corridor of the keep. And this is actually a bandit that you do recognize. And it is someone who is barely holding on to breath. You notice that it is Crowvolt. He has a giant gash, a wound across his chest. And it looks like it's a wound that was not inflicted by any kind of weapon, but almost kind of like a tear, like in his chest. As he begins, and he's kind of just like looking out, like amongst, he's barely holding himself up with an axe that's in his hand, and he's like kind of with all the energy that he can, looking up at you and just as he begins to kind of cough, you notice that his nose is beginning to bleed, and
I'm gonna attempt to heal him.
Okay.
Oh, Thordane steps in. He's like, I actually think I'm known for doing this kind of thing really quick. I know you were doing all of your job and stuff, Luxalia. And so, is that okay, Luxalia? I have this nifty thing called Hunter's Mending. I know you've been using all of your healing recently. I've been doing none of it. Thordane, just being the logical mind he is for the science,
For the science.
So he's gonna grant healing energy to a target. So it's 1d6 plus my wisdom score. And it can be used to revive an unconscious creature. I technically I guess this guy isn't unconscious, but that's a 10 plus what's his wisdom? His wisdom score is not bad. 13. Okay. So he heals 13 HP back.
So it was a good thing that Thordane was the one to do this because he was in the dying state. And for those of you who don't know, healing by normal means, whether it's potions, whether it's arts, unless specifically it specifies, like for example, for Thordane's Hunter's Mending, you cannot heal someone who is in the dying state. You basically have to stabilize them first, and then they can receive healing. So good thing for everybody to know, those who are watching, and for our players. Thordane, his specific spell or art can do that. So he goes ahead and he pumps some healing energy into Crowvolt. And all of a sudden you hear and the wound itself, you notice, begins to heal. Like this is a lot of healing for someone like Crowvolt, who doesn't have a lot of HP to begin with. And it does stabilize him, but you notice that there is this very wicked scar that is across his chest. And it is not like kind of like your typical like white stained scar, but it's almost has kind of like this purple reddish hue to it, that, looks like almost kind of like, he's been like mauled or something by like a bear and like it got infected or something. And it has healed, and he's able to breathe, and he's able to kind of relax, and his head falls back to the brick behind him, and he just begins breathing slowly as if gaining consciousness, but he is very exhausted from the whole process, and he is kind of waning in and out of just sheer exhaustion. But Thordane has officially saved him.
Nice.
From dying.
Remind me, is this the Draken?
This is the man, the big man, one of the three bandits that we came with, and their names are the exact same thing in my head. What is it, Crowvolt and Crowthoth or something? Yeah. Which one's this one? This one's Crowvolt. Okay, Crowvolt. Okay.
Mm-hmm. You guys make your way into the hallway as well, and you see that there are actually many, many more bodies strewn throughout. You do actually see a couple living bodies that are like limping through and like helping some people up. It's littered with bodies of cultists specifically. Even some of the ones that were masked that Zil and Yuki had seen up on top of the garrison, up on top of the wall, some of like the bigger, burlier looking ones. And you see at the far end to your left as you look, what seem to be two humanoid-looking figures that are standing. One of them looks okay, and the other one does look very heavily injured. You make your way towards them, and you see that it is Matic and Salic. However, as you walk through, you notice that there is another 3 or 4 bodies of dead bandits as well down in this direction. Yes, and the fair share of... And this is actually something that is quite amazing to each of you as you ponder this, because you could tell the bandits were vastly outnumbered by the amount of cultists that were here. Vastly outnumbered. And so there was something that was stirring them to be able to fight off this onslaught of people.
Nice.
Because of that, you make your way over, and Matic, he is the one who looks relatively okay, relatively bloodstained. And Salic, he is alive, and he's up and he's moving, but he's kind of stumbling from side to side. He is very bruised, and his eyes are kind of like half kind of closed. And you could tell that there's just like streams of something that had been down his face. His face is like wet. You don't know if it's a sweat, but based on like kind of the soot stains that he has on him, you could tell like he has been crying over something. But both of them are alive and up, and not at the point where they're dying. Their wounds are non-lethal.
Yuki runs up to Salic and embraces him. Salic, are you doing okay, buddy?
And as you do so, he shudders. Even though he noticed that it was you coming towards him, he shudders as almost like as if to protect himself instinctually. He looks up at you, Yuki, and begins to relax a little bit, but like you notice that he is just like vividly shaking, seeing everything that he had witnessed. Up until this point.
All right. Yuki scrambles and looks through her bag to try to find something to heal him, and she can't find anything to specifically heal him, so she just embraces him and holds him, and just like, are you doing okay? What happened? And then she looks over to Salic too and pats him on the shoulder. I'm like, thank you for...
Matic.
Yeah, Maddox, all right. Thank you for taking care of yourselves, and thank you for so much for still being alive. And she's just emotional, and she's crying at this point, and she's happy that her friends are alive at the very least.
Matic, he nods and he kind of grunts, but he looks actually at each one of you with a little bit of surprise in his eyes. And he kind of gestures. So it's done.
Yep. Finally.
And he lets out this sigh of relief. And immediately he falls and just like is sitting kind of in like this position where he's like on his knees and just like kind of like begins rocking back and forth a little bit and like holding his like head in his hand and just like almost just completely overcome by this relief. Yeah. That you're not going to be able to get a whole lot out of them. They are just at the point of just sheer exhaustion, like completely broken at this point.
I'm gonna ask Salic why he was crying.
All right.
Salic, what's wrong?
He looks up
You seem to be crying.
and then he kind of gulps a little bit. I know this day. It's been a roller coaster through of emotions. I guess roller coaster wouldn't be a word. He has no idea. But it's been ups and downs of emotions.
What is this roller coaster you talk of?
You know, it's like it's kind of like horses, and no. But he continues and he says, "There's just this relief that's been lifted off my chest. I don't know what it is. But I look out, and I see some of my friends. We all fought bravely, we all fought valiantly. And I consistently think, why couldn't it have been me instead of them? I'm damaged goods. And he continues on with like this whole, not necessarily self-deprecation, but he has been emotionally drained at this point. Like it's something that he's been really struggling with, like in his inner spirit, like through all this. There's been a lot that is happening, and you know, especially with like, you know, kind of like this burden of like the evil pressures that were in this area being lifted. It's kind of driven him to the point where he's just emotional. It's not necessarily anything where like malicious or like he's like feeling like, you know, like he wants to like take his life, or like it's like a little bit of guilt, but mostly like it's just sheer exhaustion of just everything he's been through for the day. So that's kind of what you could generally derive from him. He's kind of a babbling mess a little bit, but
All right.
yep.
That's fair.
Rest well, buddy.
Yeah. Yuki pats him on the head and tells Matic to take care of him. And then, yeah, I guess, do we keep looking for anyone else? By the way, have you two seen Duluth or Krothos or anyone else around recently?
Matic, he points to the right down the hallway, kind of in the area where there is the like dining hall, like that hallway, but also where the room of like the altar room was over there. And he points in that direction. Although you look down the hall and you don't see anything off the bat. There's a couple robed bodies, but you don't see anyone down in that direction. But Matic, he points down there. He's like, last I saw Duluth, he was down in that direction. So.
Okay, sounds good. All right, well, rest easy, boys. And she turns to the party. Thordain, do you want to take the lead on this? You're pretty good at finding things, I think. And Thordain steps in, and he's just like, oh, I guess that's what I'm here for, right? And he takes the lead, I guess.
You walk down the hall, and you peer into the mess hall. And the mess hall, there aren't any bodies in here, with the exception of one terrified-looking bandit. This is, again, not someone that you have known, but from the looks of it, it looks like he fled during the combat to hide in here. And he is kind of like rocking back and forth and like shaking and terrified, and he sees the shadows of you coming in, and he pulls a sword and he like steps back a little bit, and he sees that it's you, and he lets his guard down a little bit, and he says, they're coming for me. They're coming for all of us. Blood. Death. Yeah, this guy's been through
Take
hell.
care of that, buddy.
Long
care of
as peace be with you.
He kind of quiet, seeing that you generally have this air of, you know, relaxation compared to like what people have been used to seeing here, and he drops his weapon completely, and he says, don't tell me I'm the only one. I came here to find a home. I came here to find people. And all my friends are dying out there. I couldn't bear to see it. And he begins to sob like deep and heavily. And he begins to kind of crawl towards you. And what's kind of the marching order as you've made your way into this room?
Whoa, so did we actually like go into the room, or did we just notice in passing when we were
you
there?
peeked into the room to see if there were like people.
All right. Well, I guess Thordain's up front since he was leading. So
He kind of crawls over and grabs onto like Thordain's robes that he has, and he goes, "Please tell me it's And he looks up in the eyes of Thordane, and Thordane, kind of stoic but understanding, looks down to him, and he says nothing, but he just puts a hand on his head. And that's all he needs to reassure him. And Thordane is actually going to stay in here with this guy as you guys continue forward.
Cool.
Well, and Belbin, hearing him wanting a suggestion, says it's over or something. He said, "Please tell me it's over." So he's just going to say, "It's over."
It's every Belbin. So literal.
We did it.
So you do so, and you continue down the hallway. One thing that you did notice before you went upstairs into the room is the door itself to the altar room was closed. It looks like it has been completely smashed open at this point. And you see sitting there up on the altar a large hulking figure. This is the figure of Krothos.
Is he alive?
He's alive.
Oh, thank God.
He's sitting there. He has his warhammer, like, kind of in his hand like this.
My
And
warhammer.
It looks like he is actually smoking a pipe.
Oh.
And you have no idea where he found this pipe, because clearly when you found him, like, he was basically in prison rags. But he's smoking this pipe. And on the floor, you notice that there aren't the bodies of those that you had slain before, but what looked to be one or two of just regular robed bodies, and then one of like the masked guys that you saw up where the bloodluster was. And Crowvault, you could tell like he has wounds, but as he's sitting there, Krothos. Did I say Crowvault? Krothos.
Yeah.
As he's sitting there, he begins puffing, and then he looks up at you and says, "I see." He stands up, kind of like lifting himself up, and he throws the hammer up to his shoulder, and he walks over, somewhat limping, but you can tell he's not super duper hurt. And he makes his way over, and specifically to Zill, he holds out the warhammer and says, "This has served me well. You'd be quite proud to have this as your weapon." And he puts it down on the ground and offers it back to you if you're willing to take it.
You want to put it to use one more time?
What do you have in mind?
See that altar?
Yeah, take it down. Take it down.
Let's do something about that.
Yeah.
Well, I got a few more charges left in the tank. And he goes over and he just... and he's going to make some attacks against this thing.
I'm jumping in.
Alright, so he'll make that with advantage. Or with hope.
I hope.
Oh, is he just making an attack at hope with me helping, or?
Yeah,
Can Yuki donkey kick it as well?
Well, he gets the one assistance. He gets the one assistance.
Well, it's just for the flavor text.
Yeah, flavor text Yuki donkey kicks it.
As long as we're going flavor text, Yuki or Belbin hears someone should take care of that and starts going over and trying to take care of it as well.
Everyone just and looks all he's just standing at the back, just like watching, like yes. No, no, you do so, and the first strike that he makes, boop, it hits true. Clearly, doesn't really have a high. It's not gonna dodge, but it hits true, and there's a small crack. And the second roll that he got because of that hope, he got a nat 16.
Yo! Oh my gosh!
Let's go!
And immediately, and you can tell, like, as he's huffing out, there's actually a puff of flame that comes out as he just like, bam, splinters and cracks that altar in half, and it just collapses in on itself. Yeah, there's a lot of dust and rubble, but he did his thing. Yeah, it kind of bruised up the warhammer a little bit, but it's still usable. So, you did so. Good job.
Belbin and I flex our muscles in victory.
Did the
And
tree
then I
people
just
come
look
to
at,
help you?
The tree.
I just look at Krothos and I'm like, you know, you're pretty handy with that hammer. I'm more of a axe guy myself. It's yours if you want it. You've earned it.
Well, it depends. How much do you want for it?
How much is this thing worth?
It's
Go
a
high, rip
steel
'em
one,
off.
right?
I think
Yeah,
so.
I think it's a steel one.
So it's a rare
But
rarity.
he's leaving it up to you as far as what you're willing to negotiate with him.
I mean, you earned it.
Yeah, Yuki
You-
takes out the little badge that she had, and she says, "Well, you gave us a lot of good information. I mean, if it was up to me, I wouldn't charge him anything for it. I think you're right, Zill. I think he earns it. He already paid us enough for the information he gave us.
Oh yeah, but Zill's poor. He wants money.
Yeah, that's fine. No, that's good. You don't have to take
How
Yuki's
about-
word.
This is a steal, I promise. How about 100 Evercoin?
Well, I'll see what I can scrounge up. Back when you come join me in Flomberge.
Great.
As for now, I'll take it as a loner. There's a vast
Sure.
jungle between us and Takai Town, us and Flomberge.
May it keep you safe.
Let's all look out for each other. It'd be unfortunate to make our way through all of this, only to be surprised on the way back.
Good point.
He kind of takes it and he shoulders it back again. And he says, "What of the others? Do tell me. Seeing you here, that's a good sign. But do tell me there's going to be some justice to pay." And he looks down at the shackles that are around his wrists.
What do you mean?
Yes, we fought bravely together. Seems like the victory is on our side. But there are many of those who helped us here today. And there are many of us... Well, unfortunately, I'm the only one left standing that were captured by these folk.
Yes.
They did help us. We survived this day. But when we go back to Takai Town, they will find justice, won't they?
Yuki
They
pipes
will
in.
find justice.
Freaking Velvet. I'll tell you.
He kind
no,
of smiles a little bit to that.
Yuki pipes in and kind of like in a somber tone, just like more somber than he is. She just pipes in and she's like, "Well, haven't they suffered enough, don't you think?" And she thinks back to Salic and Matic and like the state that they're in, obviously, like they're in no state. I mean, yes, they, of course, the bandits themselves were here working for Ameos, the sorcerer. However, from what I've seen, they were more prisoners more than anything, especially talking with Salic and Matic and some of the other bandits. Like, yes, they were technically working for him, but it was more of like slave labor more than anything. I mean, I understand that they're doing bad things. It's just, I don't know if I feel like they've already encountered that justice already, you know?
I'm not quite
Like they're-
sure I buy what you're trying to sell me.
They're going to have
Especially
to
that
live with
captain
this.
of theirs. And he thinks back to Duluth.
Mhm.
He was the one who pledged the allegiance, didn't he? Yes, maybe some of these pledged allegiance to him. And even if he didn't know quite the extent to what he was doing. But I will tell you this.
The people that I was with for the short time that I was here, I haven't seen them. As far as I know, I'm the only one who has survived capture here. And quite simply because I was the newest one. I saw the way that these ruffians treated us in those prisons. We were less than dogs. They kicked us, they beat us down, and they took fellow prisoners away never to be seen again. I understand mercy exists, but in my culture, justice must be served for those who've done wrong.
And he kind of just looks stoically.
Well, Yuki thinks to herself, I mean, I see where you're coming from. Like, obviously, their deeds of this life have implications and have consequences for what they do. I'm not saying that we should set them free completely. I definitely think there does need to be some sort of retribution, some sort of societal correction that needs to happen at some point. I don't know if sitting behind bars for the rest of their life is the way to do it, though. I mean, maybe it is, but I don't know. I guess we'll leave it to Takai Town and those who are in charge of the island. They're the ones that have had the crimes committed against them, you know?
Also, don't forget, you wouldn't be here without them. We wouldn't have gotten in. We wouldn't have been able to save you. We certainly wouldn't have been able to kill Amos. They
Well,
helped us
perhaps
free you.
you can speak on their behalf. However, it is the laws of this land,
Referring to the island.
Yep.
it is the laws of this land that they will be put before a tribunal with representatives from each of the peoples that lay resident here. There's 3 of them. There's a representative of Takai Town. There's the representative of the spiritual that live here on this island. And there is a representative from our city of Flomberge. If you do so wish to speak on their behalf, and honestly, I might have a few words to say as well. I hear what you're saying, but I do feel they deserve a fair trial. And just retribution for their crimes will be determined by the law of this land.
Yeah, well, I can't argue with that, but that being said, we haven't even seen Duluth or anything. We've seen a couple of the bandits out and about, but a lot of people seem to have died and lost their lives here. So I think we should continue looking for any survivors, maybe look for any supplies, maybe look for ways to be able to heal the wounded, and at the very least, look for ways to be able to have these souls be laid to rest properly, you know?
I can see you have good hearts and good intention. If I can be put to any use here, just tell me where to go.
You want to start digging a mass grave outside?
There's a big courtyard over there, you know. There's lots of greenery. Maybe that'd be a good place to start.
All right. Shouldn't take much time. How many have you come across since you've been here?
At this point, how many
10?
bandits? Yeah.
Well,
I
surviving
think, well, we
people
saw
that you've
2
seen-
sets of 3.
Yeah, they're-
Cultists. We have the Amos, so that's 7, and then the 1 bandit.
Are we gonna bury the cultists with the bandits?
I mean, we can do 2 separate graves. I guess.
I feel like that would be a little sad, you know. Like to be
Just
burying
do a
the
giant,
good guys with
funeral
the bad
pyre.
guys. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I
We
mean,
can
we'll
bur-
do 2 separate graves. That's
Okay.
fine.
We can do a grave for the bandits and a funeral pyre for the cultists.
burn in the void like they deserve.
Well, I'll go round up those who
Don't
are...
allow me as judgment now. It's not for us to say.
You're right about that, Luxalia.
Indeed.
As much as I hated what they did, They're in his mercy and justice.
I'll go round up who I can find. And we're gonna start getting to work on that. But go see if you can find others. There might still be others that have survived this tragedy.
Fantastic.
So he goes off and he makes his way kind of down in the direction of Salik and Matic and whatnot. You guys exit the room and you look down the halls. The dungeon door looks to be closed. It doesn't look to see if it doesn't feel like any of those have been opened. But you do hear soft voices coming from around the corner, the back left corner. The unlit hall, essentially.
Yuki goes down the unlit hall. She takes out a torch. Or is there any torch sconces or anything that she could just grab off the wall or anything?
Yeah, there's like one from the hall that you guys are currently in.
All right, she'll grab that and head on down.
You begin to head on down, and you hear slight grunting, as if someone is like wincing in pain, and you see what looks to be a man who is slumped up against the far end, the far wall, and it is Duluth. And there is currently what looks to be a sword that is stuck in through his chest as he's just and he's like holding it like as if trying to pull it out, but it's too painful for him to do so.
Duluth, is that you?
There are dead
Yuki rushes over.
And as you do so, you notice that there are 3 cultists that are down and around him at his feet. They are slain. And it actually looks to be as if this is his own weapon that is inside of him, inside of his shoulder, as if it had been wrestled away from him or something. And he is bleeding a little bit from that. So,
Impressed? Was this your doing?
as he begins, as he's just
I'm gonna try to assess where he's at, like if I can save him or not.
make a mind, or not a mind, a wisdom skill check for me.
Nat 1 plus wisdom plus 3 minus 2, so 2.
You take a look at his state and you have no idea. Like he looks pretty beat up, and I think it probably has most to do with the fact that it's very dim lighting. But he is bleeding heavily, and one thing that you do pick up is he is trying to pull this out by the blade with his messed up hand. As he's doing so, it's bleeding.
Cutting him?
But it's cutting him, and he's bleeding. But there's actually white pustules that have fallen out, and is making its way like down the blade as well as he's trying to rip this thing out. You can tell at this point he has very little function of his hand, and he just doesn't have the strength. But you have no idea if he's on the verge of death.
Where's Thornton when you need him?
Oh. I will try to heal him regardless. So I'll be like, stop. You're gonna make it worse if you pull it out right now. So I'm gonna I'm gonna ask Zill for help.
Oh.
And I'm gonna have Zill like put pressure on the wound and like have, I don't know, a cloth or something ready to like wrap and tourniquet it. So I'm gonna, once that's prepped, I'll pull the sword out and then cast Mana Mending on him.
Okay. Go ahead and you cast Mana Mending, meaning everybody in a 10-foot radius, which includes everybody, also gets this healing too.
Sweet.
Woo!
Oh yeah.
It's gonna be 12 points
12 points
of
of healing.
healing.
You do so, and this pulse of healing energy is released from Luxalia. And immediately you start to see the healing. However, the wounds in his hand don't begin to heal. It's as if like it is like too far gone to be able to save, as if his hand itself is dead. But his wounds in his chest where the sword was do begin to heal, and he kind of like grimaces in a little bit of pain. And he breathes heavily as he's finally able to catch his breath from his lungs that are actually beginning to mend themselves from within.
I'm going to say to Duluth, I'm going to try something on your hand. It's within Alomnia's power to heal it, but it might not be as well to heal it. So I'm going to try to pray and heal it. If not, we're going to need to amputate it. So, just so you know.
You're not talking about amputating it now, right?
I mean, we probably should, because it's going to keep affecting the rest of you until we do.
He looks down at his hand, and it's getting to the point where it's like he can barely twitch his fingers.
Boy, so be it.
Belvin hears that we're about to amputate the hand, so he's starting to get a dagger out of his backpack.
Oh my god!
So I will first.
Belvin.
I'm gonna take the withered hand, and I'm gonna pray to Alomnia to miraculously heal it, basically, and then I'll give it like a minute, and if nothing happens,
Make a
we'll proceed
piety
with the
skill check
amputation.
for me.
Oh god! Come on!
See the nat 16.
I'm rolling so horribly.
Hope? Do you have any hope?
7?
Oh,
Yes, everyone wants to give me hope.
Heal Duluth's
Go for
hand.
it. But
Yeah, we'll give it a couple seconds. But as this is happening, Belvin is slowly creeping closer, menacingly, but not really menacingly on his face. It's just kind of like he's just doing his thing.
Very matter of fact.
Making his way forward. So if there's anyone who wants to give hope, that is open for a couple seconds here. I know there's a little bit of a delay on the stream, so I'll give it a little bit. But
How much is Duluth's hand worth given the hope, though? Is the thing.
Yep. So it's something to think about. I'm gonna close
That
it
is a
in
valid
10,
question.
9, 8, 7,
I have
6,
to use.
5,
Thordain's gonna pipe in. He's
3,
not even there. He can't
2,
do it.
1. All right. Well,
it's not
no,
bad.
there's no healing in his hand. It stopped pussing, but like the wound in the hand itself is closing up a little bit, but like his hand is not regaining function essentially. But it's still blackened, and like he's not regrowing fingers or anything. Yeah.
great. Okay. Zill, I see Belvin with the knife, and I'm gonna be like, no, that's not. That's not gonna do it.
I'm just gonna kind of stand in his way.
Belvin.
What is it?
I'm
It's like
standing in the
128
way.
hours later or whatever that movie was.
Yeah, like,
With the pocket knife.
yeah. So I'm gonna take. Actually, no, I won't use the knife for this. I'll take my staff. Well, does anyone have like a stick?
We have all kinds of
something?
weapons. I have a staff, actually, technically.
Great. I'll use that.
Yeah.
I'll use the staff to make a tourniquet. Oh, hello. Oh, okay. To make a tourniquet around
Things are moving.
like his forearm, where it's like no longer decrepit. Basically, I'll give like a couple inches above that. Tourniquet it, and then Zill, I'm gonna have him chop it off with the axe. So
You should use your new axe that you have. First blood.
Can't.
The Refi EMX.
Well, you
Technically,
technically
you can, but
could.
you don't get any modifiers with it. So you get the
I'm
damage
gonna-
modifier, but
Is it
I'm
worth
gonna
it, though?
use
and wait, I'm gonna give him a swig of alcohol.
Oh god, yeah.
pour some sake on the wound.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
use my
I'm
Draken
gonna-
made
Yeah, well, that sake is really nice.
Yeah, it's
Let's
pretty
see.
good.
Well,
stuff.
I've got
Dragon's
Camela's brew.
Mane.
Don't go using your really good stuff. I've got Camela's brew. You can
Camela's
use-
brew is
Okay,
pretty
great. Yeah,
good
look
too.
at that. Look at
It's,
that.
it's pretty darn good. Basically pouring beer on the wound.
Actually,
There's got to be alcohol. There's got to be alcohol around here somewhere. Can Yuki go look for it while this is all going on?
Oh,
Like go like.
Can
I mean-
Belvin start cutting off the
Yeah,
hand?
when I say we might have to amputate, I'll send her off.
Yeah, she's
Alright.
not doing anything anyway.
I'll-
yeah. So Belbin's going in for the hand. If anyone is going to attempt to try to stop him,
Belbin!
make an agility
No,
survival
Bill
check
is
for me.
going to do it.
Agility
He has an
survival
axe.
check, Luxalia.
Oh gosh.
First, as
I
you're screaming,
pull out my
though.
steel hand axe. This needs some more finesse.
Agility. Agility. 16.
16. You do successfully stop him without much resistance. You say no, and Belbin's kind of like,
Oh, okay.
but okay. So Zilla, you pull out your hand axe. Go ahead and make a melee attack against his arm for the accuracy of where you're chopping this sucker.
Oh.
11.
No.
11.
Oh,
yeah.
not horrible.
You easily find your mark and
Okay.
in one shot. Actually, yeah. I'll just say one shot. You just chop the hand off.
I would hope it'd be one. Oh
And
my
he
gosh.
screams in pain. He like holds it to himself, and it's just like this is pain. He is not liking this, and he's like, yeah,
Yeah.
it's a stump. It's bleeding.
Well, it shouldn't be. I tourniqueted it.
It's barely bleeding.
Yeah. And then I'll cast another mana mending
Okay.
on his arm.
Yeah, and it begins to kind of start to scab up a little bit, enough to the point where it's
8.
yeah, it's scabbing up. He's doing okay health wise, but yeah, this wound is going to take a lot to actually heal to a point. So tourniquet
All
is
right,
on
someone
his arm.
find a hook.
Does Yuki find any alcohol? While this is all going on, she's still out.
Yeah, you make your way back to the easily. You find your way back to the dining hall, and there are all kinds of tankards of ale and like that kind of stuff.
How's Thordain and Bandit
Pure
doing?
alcohol, there's not a lot of that just lying around. But Thordain actually has made his way out into the hall at this point, and he's kind of helped the man up, making their way towards the front, where you seem to hear some kind of digging or like whacking of stone up ahead, or dirt, whatever.
Well, I find the strongest stuff I can find, and then quickly make my way back. I'm assuming too late
Yeah.
for
Yeah,
for the
he's
thing,
he's
but-
already like nursing the hand, like it's like kind of
it's
wrapped up. Luxalia
okay.
is doing his thing, so
yeah.
you come
and I
back
give- I
with
give him
a
the alcohol.
tankard full of real nice ale or something.
Nice. And I give it to him. I'm so sorry. I was so late for that. Why'd you guys do it so quickly? And she just hands it to him.
You
The
know,
quicker, the
you
less
know a
time
way
to
to be able to fix a man's sorrows, and he just begins drinking it out of the tankard. Yeah.
I'll tell you. He's been through a lot, poor
And,
guy.
he just, and he looks up and he's like, "Cheers to life."
L'chaim. Okay. Well, do you know anyone else that's been around here? Have you seen any of your cohorts? Are there any cultists? Like, what do you know of the state of things?
About as much as, probably less than you know. It seems that you're in quite good shape, and that leads me to assume the deed is done. Is that correct in my assuming so?
Amos is dead.
I chased these here. Terrible people. Back here, they were trying to escape, as the battle was turning in our favor. But to be honest, I have no idea what of my kin up front. Do tell me, are they okay?
They're okay.
Most.
Wow, Belvin.
Tis good to
What?
hear.
Some of them
Only
are.
the
Some
one
of
we
them are.
didn't know the name of died.
Though,
He
though
kind of
there
looks
are.
back and forth.
Though
I mean,
there
there
are.
was one dead bandit that we saw so far.
No, we've seen many dead bandits, Luxali. What are you talking about?
Really? I thought it
I
was
think
just the
so.
one by the Crow Vault.
Well, have we seen many dead bandits?
Yeah,
Fate Weaver.
they were scattered throughout. They're like in the front hallway. I said there was like 3 of them that were dead. But to be honest, so from what you guys somewhat remember, the cohort of guys weren't a lot. There were basically the 3 named ones. There was Duluth, there was Krothos, and then there were 6 others. And so you saw 1 dead in the courtyard, and you saw 3 more that were in the front hallway.
Okay.
We've seen 4 dead so far. But we didn't know their names. Matic and Crow Vault and Salic are all good. And we found another blubbering baby in a room.
just so nonchalantly. No pity, no mercy. Just
Giving you the report. I've already cried about it, okay?
He stands up, kind of with like a little bit of help. Let's go see. Let's get find the rest of our cohort. And he begins kind of like hobbling up the hallway, still grimacing in pain, like kind of holding his like tied up arm close to his chest. But he picks up his sword and he resheathes it in his scabbard as he makes his way forward, with not waiting for any of you guys, but just moving. So.
Yuki turns to Belbin and talks to him, like in his ear. How the heck did his sword get it in his own chest?
Belvin doesn't. He doesn't. I don't know. No response from Belbin.
I guess she's more just talking to herself. Poor guy.
You make your way forward and kind of maybe expedite some of this process. You do notice that there is actually one other bandit that had survived, and you could tell he was in a scruff. There was about 2 cultists that were dead next to him, and so there were a total of basically 4 of the bandits that were slain during this conflict, with many more cultists that were slain as well. And so the group of you make sure you bury the dead. My question is, do you wish to bury them in the courtyard, or do you wish to bury them outside?
I think we should bury them outside.
Yeah.
This is
that might
not
be a
a
good
really
idea.
sacred place. So
It's kind of true. Looks like I agree with that. I tell Krothos in the courtyard. Actually, we want to bury them outside. She calls down.
and you see it, they're like already like 3 feet deep, and they're just like. Krothos, he turns around with this look like.
Oh gosh.
Well, those dastardly cultists here. We already threw them in a pile. Do we have to move them as well?
And he just kind of like looks at you, just like suspicious.
where's the pile?
In the courtyard of the
Oh.
cultists.
Yeah, that's fine. You
We can
once
just
we
light them
burn
on fire.
You can like. How about you burn them in the hole so that their ashes will be like kind of buried,
You heard that, boys.
and then we'll bury the bandits outside.
Well, I think fire's my specialty here, and he coughs.
And a little flame comes out.
If the rest of you want to go help with some of these other bodies, say farewell to your kin. I'll take care of these.
The gate itself is still closed, but with the knowledge that the surviving bandits do have, there's actually a couple of rooms basically next door that have like levers to be able to lower and close the basically the gate. And you do that successfully. You go and you find a nice peaceful spot down the hill, probably a good 10 minutes from where the keep is itself. And it's quite a peaceful area, actually. One of the things that you do note is as the sun begins to rise, the humidity seems less, and it's almost like the feeling of, healing sunlight that has begun to take hold through the canopies of the trees. There doesn't seem to be a whole lot of wildlife, although you do note that there are quite a few chirping birds off in the distance, and that does kind of lift your spirits a little bit, as if, there is a darkness that has been lifting from that castle, but a darkness that has been lifted from the region as well. And you are able to bury them, without much disruption, without much distraction. And as you do so, each of you notice that there is touching moments between each of those buried. They all got their own separate graves. And Duluth, Crowvault, and Salic and Matic, and then the other two bandits. And at this point, you actually do ask their names. I'm assuming. Do you want?
Yeah.
Do you even care?
Yeah.
Know their names?
Yeah. Might as well.
Okay.
For the trial, it'll be good to know.
So the one of them, the one who was cowering away in the one room, his name is Marty Fleetman, and the other one that you ended up finding as well, his name is Jordic Mormer. They say their goodbyes.
I'll do like a funeral rite whenever they're ready. And can that be also like ritualistic prayer that I can do?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So, like during this whole process, Luxalia, she's setting up and making the area as sacred as possible, and she begins to recite the traditional funeral rite of the Glyvan Shrine Maidens, and each of them are being buried as as Duluth comes up and he says a few words. Each of them give time to say their goodbyes, and eventually, as the sun begins to reach about high noon, the burial is finished, and you guys go and look back up to the keep, and you see Krothos. At this point, there is a funeral pyre burning in the middle of the courtyard, and you see black smoke rising up to the heavens. Although the one thing that you do notice that is quite interesting is the fact that you don't smell the smell of burning flesh. In fact, the air seems very clean from the process. And Krothos, he's casually making his way down the hill, and you can tell that he has actually rummaged through some of the clothing and has patched together some kind of decent-looking outfit for himself to begin any sort of traveling. So for each of you who which is all of you guys that were a part of that funeral rite, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to roll a d6.
Mm-hmm.
And I rolled a 3, meaning that you guys can heal or recover any level 3 or lower charges. And then I'm going to have each of you go ahead and make piety skill checks for me.
And you gain a +1.
Yeah, with a +1.
Oh, sweet.
So +1 to piety check.
Mm-hmm.
It says all allies gain +1 on their initial piety skill check.
Yep.
Is this a fates check?
No.
No, that's not a fates check.
Great.
This is just to recover mana. So.
Piety
12.
10.
12, 10.
Thordain
21.
got a... Oh, my dear Lord,
Whoa.
looks all yeah, my goodness. Thordain got a 12, and Yuki got a 6.
Okay. So 12. So Yuki, you heal 1 charge from your
+2.
+2. So
Perfect.
3 total. Who got the 10? Who is it that got a 10? Zill. You go ahead and roll a d6, and you heal that +2. Belbin, what did Belbin end up getting?
12.
12. You do a d6 as well. And then Thordain, what was his value?
His value is a 12.
12. So he gets a d6 as well. And Luxalia, you get a d10.
Yo.
Nice.
So we can just spread that among our mana as...
Yeah, level 3 and lower.
Oh, level 3 and lower? Okay.
Well, Thordane is fresh up.
So you do this, and Krothos makes his way down the hill, and he's kind of at the conclusion of you guys wrapping up this ceremony. And he looks good, but he looks very determined. And you can tell he's actually gathered a pack and has put provisions in it from the kitchen and all that kind of stuff. And he says, "Shall we?" And he begins to gesture. And he begins to point kind of down towards the direction of Takai Town. And he looks kind of side glance at the bandits and the basically Duluth crew that are there. "And you lot, you're going to be joining us." They look up at him. They look to all of you, Eclaas Eeas. How are you going to respond to this?
Can you remind us? Didn't we make them like promises?
We
of
did.
freedom.
Yeah, well, not necessarily freedom, but like helping to or going to the ship to work with what's his name? Oh my gosh. What's his name, Kyle? Gunter. And making them have honest work. So maybe if one of us can go ahead, this is overworld, I guess, but maybe Yuki will pipe up and she'll say, well, our captain Gunter of the Flortensia is in the bay and the harbor, so we need to go to Takai Town. However, Krothos over here informed us that he would like you guys to also have to go to trial for the crimes and stuff that you've committed. So that's where he's coming from. But
There's a grumble amongst the crowd,
yeah.
and immediately you see absolute terror, specifically in the face of Salik. I'm gonna have each of, well, not each of you, but Yuki, as you're looking amongst them, as you're scanning over and you're talking to the crew, go ahead and make a wisdom skill check for me.
Nat 16 minus 2, 14 plus 3. So what is that? 14, 17.
17.
You take a look at Salik, and something that comes back to your mind is one thing that he had mentioned that is his worst nightmare was a cage. The last thing that he wanted was to be held captive until his old age.
And I noticed that, and I see his reaction, and Yuki pipes up, and she's like, "But it's not without hope. I know that these are the rules of this island, and of course we have to obey by them. But you have my word, and everything that I have behind me. You will live to see another day, not outside of the bars." Loud enough that Krothos can hear this and whatnot, but like, I mean, Yuki's pulling for them. She doesn't want them to have to suffer in a cage or in jail or anything. So she's going to be doing her best to comfort them in such a way. So, yeah.
Go ahead and make a charisma survival check for me.
Okay. That is plus 8. 10 plus 8, 18.
18. They're put at ease for a moment. Salik, you can see that he is continuously grasping something in his palm, something that he's fiddling with. They all go quiet, and then Duluth, he speaks up. "Well, you heard them. Each and every one of yous joined my band of merry gents. We've done bad things to the people of Takai Town. Yes, maybe for survival and survival's sake. But that time is at an end. There's a moment in each and every one of our lives where we're faced with the decisions of whether we do what is right, what we must, or what's selfish.
obviously, doing the latter has put us in the situation that we are today. I do know the people of Takai Town, and I do know that they are just in their rulings. He looks to Krothos, especially where he comes from. They seek justice, but they also understand reason. Do not fret, each of you. If it comes down to it, I'm willing to lay myself down for your freedoms. But let's hope it doesn't come to that.
And Yuki pipes up and she says, I know it's a difficult situation, but I implore you that you put your faith in us at least this one more time.
They stay silent.
Yeah.
And Matic, he kind of chokes in. Trust is a very difficult thing to come by, especially in our line of work. But I've seen some amazing things within these past few days, few hours. And if I were to believe that the impossible could be done, and he looks specifically at Salek, putting my trust in this group seems like the right thing to do. We're with you. And he looks to Krothos. He looks to Duluth. Off we go. So it's up to you guys. You can go and attempt to make your way back to Takai Town immediately. You can attempt to make any kind of rest before you do so.
Yuki's got to rest because again, it's getting to the point too where we're gonna get another point of weariness if we don't rest, right?
Correct. You were really feeling it towards the end of that.
Yeah, she's already got a point of weariness, so she's towards the end of what she can do muster for the day. So,
how long can we rest for? Because if Belvin can rest for 24 hours, he can get rid of his like stupor.
I mean, I guess we're not necessarily in any rush. I would be okay with that too.
Yeah, let's camp.
It's sleep time.
So you guys set up camp. Are you setting camp inside the keep, or are you doing so outside in the wilderness?
Probably inside would be best. Not gonna lie, just to keep from bugs and monsters.
Didn't they have like their own camp?
Oh yeah, they did.
It was a 3-day trek though, if you remember.
Oh boy.
Through like dense jungle. You'd be able to find your way because they're used to the route between the two of them. But again, it's a 3-day trek, and you're going in the opposite direction of Takai Town too.
Yeah, let's not do that.
The keep.
No.
The keep. I think.
I mean, we can camp right outside the keep
if you want.
It's not as sketchy here anymore.
That is true. That is very true.
I still don't like it though.
I mean, there doesn't have like the creepy aura anymore of the keep. I mean, aside from it just being like creepy in general for how it looks and disheveled, but there's not like the voiden energy coming from it anymore, right?
From what you can tell and from what you were able to discern through your checks, yes, that's correct.
Well, I mean, I guess whoever wants to stay inside can stay inside. Otherwise, the rest of us can stay out in front. At the very least, keep watch for the night.
And Krothos, he pipes up, No. This lot, they're staying with us. I don't want anyone sneaking off in the night.
Okay, well, maybe right outside the keep, I guess. Keep to the back. We're at the front.
You notice, one thing that's really interesting as you begin to set up camp and everything goes down, you notice that Krothos himself is very on top of things. You can tell that he's used to being somewhat in charge of groups of people, and he seems to be some kind of a survivalist in and of himself. And he's keeping an eye out, and he's like basically assigns each and every one of you a certain job, except for those, for example, like Belbin, that need to sleep for the extended periods of time.
Yuki needs to sleep for 12 hours too. And same with Luxalia. Yep. So
I'm good.
So you guys do so.
I mean, I need to sleep, but
so as you do so, at the end of your rest, respectively, so Luxalia, Yuki, you're able to heal your health dice worth of, even though it's 12 hours, your health dice worth of HP. And Belbin, after your 24 hours, you are able to do so as well. Zil, just you heal as normal, and Thordane, he's going to heal as normal as well.
So you don't have to roll? We get the max value, or do we have to roll?
No, you still have to roll. But it's after the 24 hours.
Do we still get to
Gotcha.
use like our skills and stuff if we have them available?
Yeah, so like skills as far as what?
Yeah, I think Yuki has a skill that allows everyone to get extra health dice or something when they heal.
Before everyone sleeps, like you have to perform for them.
Yeah,
like,
she's gonna do that if she has the ability to do so. I gotta look to see what it is really quick. I haven't used it, I don't think yet. So
yeah, it's a trait.
Oh, is it a trait? Okay, I'm looking in the wrong area. Okay, let me take a quick look. Frozen street performance, performer tempo, quick change words. Campfire artist. There we go. At level 7, when assigned to the Hearthbinder role, I'm not Hearthbinder though, so I guess technically, I think Luxali is the Hearthbinder for this one. So, yeah, never mind. She'll just no, it's fine. It's all good. She'll just play it just to like set the mood, I guess. So,
so you do so. Everybody sleeps, and go ahead and roll and just heal up as you wish before departing.
Do we heal mana or stamina?
Oh, you do. So give me a second. Stamina, you completely heal all the way. So after the sleep, you get that.
Sweet.
And you, for mana, can heal up to level 5 spells. And you each heal 3.
Cool.
Basically 3 charges of arts up to level 5.
Nice.
So it's like level doesn't matter for those 3 charges. We can just kind of put them in anything.
Up to level 5. If you have a level 5 or below, it's 3 charges into whatever each charges.
So and then Luxali and I we don't have the weariness anymore.
Correct. You can remove.
Oh, we're free,
Finally.
Luxali.
As you each begin to wake up, it's actually like early morning. You see that Belbin is still fast asleep and very listless. Like he is laying there just completely out. It's crazy seeing him like this, and like he didn't even look as exhausted as Luxalia and Yuki, but he is just fast asleep, completely undisturbed. He makes it through, and about 24 hours later, he wakes up. He blinks a couple of times.
Wow, guys, I'm feeling much better. Holy cow. Oh,
Wakey, sleepyhead. How are you doing?
wow.
Yuki pats him on the head like this.
Feeling much better. Don't know what came over me. I just needed that, I guess.
Do you even remember what happened?
You do remember what happened.
Okay, so I'm not.
Yeah. It wasn't a memory wipe, so.
Oh, by the way, Belbin, you got that nifty mask. Does it do anything? Did you try it on?
Yeah, I think I want to actually try it on now.
Okay. Yeah, you go ahead and you plop that sucker on your face. It's like a mostly like iron mask, and it has a strap that goes around the back. You do so, and it looks like super duper creepy on you, and your ears kind of poke out like on the top, kind of looks like a little bit of horns. This thing's a little bit creepy looking, but I'm gonna have, as you do that, go ahead and make an elemental skill check for me.
Okay, hold on 1 second. $11.
11. You put it on. One thing that you notice is this thing is not very practical. It's kind of heavy, and the eye slits are like far enough away from the face where like your peripherals are completely blocked out by the mask, and you can pretty much have like tunnel vision. You can see like what's in front of you. You have no idea how to use this. You're looking at it and you're just like, do I at least look cool? But it's one of those things where it just feels kind of like an ornament at this point on your face. It's just it's not practical, but it's cool.
I can send it back to the house.
A trophy, and you can add it to your
Oh, yeah,
collection
we
of
have a house.
spines and
Add it to
we
it,
do.
yeah.
You have a collection of spines and skulls and all kinds of wonderful things. The helmet's the most normal thing you have, and this thing's super creepy. Oh gosh!
So you
Didn't we also get a dire bear head or something?
Yeah.
I've got some spines and a dire bear head too.
Oh my lord, Belvin!
All back of the house, mounted,
The
ready to be
Belvin
hung.
collection. I love it. So you guys wake up, and as you begin to depart, you can tell like everybody's sanity has mostly returned, to the point where nobody is really, like restless or like grumpy or everything. Actually, spirits are relatively high considering some of these people are going to be going on trial, and Krothos, he begins to lead, and he looks out, and he actually is going to go ahead and take the lead. You guys make your way through the dense jungle. You make your way down, and you start to feel kind of the oppressive humidity and stuff again as it is afternoon. But you notice that you guys are going at a really decently fast clip. Seems like Krothos knows this island really well. He's not one to really stray off the path all that much, and you guys actually make your way back to the main path that you were originally taking as you well, I guess not originally taken, but you make your way to this relatively main path as you guys were struggling through the underbrush before. But as you do so, you notice that it's a pretty well kept like dirt trail, but unless you knew exactly where to find it, it would be very difficult for the average person to be able to pick up on it in the first place. But it seems like this path is quite well trodden, and it's a little bit elevated to where even if it like did rain, which it often does here on Aishen Island, the water just kind of slopes down, and it kind of keeps away from the muddiness from the shoes. But you guys have traveled for about 6 to 8 hours once you got to this point, and it's become evening time, late evening. You guys have one more chance to set up camp for the night before going forward, or you could decide to press on to Takai Town and get there around midnight.
Well, I would normally say that we would go there and be done, but we have a bunch of bandits in Hall. I don't necessarily think that it's good while we're sleepy, so maybe we'll take another day of camping, potentially. How's that sound?
I agree.
So for each of you guys, as you're doing so, you're not. So one of the things that you have to do is, because you're all medium-sized creatures, you have to each night eat at least up to 1 pound of food, whether that's meat, vegetables, that kind of stuff. However, because Krothos packed, and you guys have been surviving off of food from the keep, you don't have to subtract those from your inventory. If you have any.
Nice.
So, just FYI, that's something that's just kind of keeping the back of your mind. Water charges, you guys can go ahead and... So I think for the water charges, you guys have 6 charges on that. That's going to be in your inventories. You were down to 4, but you were able to restock from the keep. And so you can be at 5 now. You consumed basically the equivalent of 1 gallon of water as you've made your way through for a day. So you're good as far as that goes. Yes, and so you guys go...
Where is that?
That's going to be in your inventory, and it's going to be under, I think, your adventuring gear.
Adventurer's gear, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So as you do that, and then you guys can go ahead and take a night of rest. If you guys take a night of rest, go ahead and heal as usual. And so you guys can heal up to level 6 charges of spells, and you can heal 1 charge.
Cool.
Up to level 6. So.
I don't have any level 6, so that's nice.
But anything level 6 and below. So.
Hey, I'm at full HP.
Nice.
Same with me.
Me too.
Sweet.
And then there's Zill.
I got just enough to get full.
Oh, really?
Exactly enough.
Oh, my
Make sure you're
gosh.
healing Thordane up too.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Let's go.
You guys continue onward. The early morning breaks, and there is no sign of danger. It seems like this path, the path that you guys are treading, is relatively safe and guarded somehow, as if most creatures don't wander onto this path very often, that are in the jungle. You guys wake up, and actually, as you wake up, the one thing that you begin to hear that you haven't heard for days at this point is the sound of the waves. You're getting close to the beach, and as you press on, you can start to feel the humidity begin to lift, and there is a salty sea breeze that is now making its way through the trees. You break out of the path and onto a beach, and you see a number of people that are just lounging, doing their thing. These people are very clearly on vacation. You have made your way back to the beaches of Takai Town. And you are actually a sight for sore eyes as you look out amongst the group. You see people kind of looking in your direction, seeing all these really dirty-looking adventurers, bandits, and all that kind of stuff, stumbling out of the underbrush. And they look at you, and then they go right back to their sunbathing and vacation. So it's up to you guys. Where exactly in Takai Town do you wish to go? So again, the way that the city is laid out, for those of you who don't remember since it was so long ago, the way the city is laid out is it's tiered into the mountainside. And so you have the beach at the bottom. The first tier is kind of your main walkway to and from the docks, which there's a giant bay where you can look out in the distance and you see the Flortensia giant ship docked there with a few smaller looking ships.
That was going to be my first question. Is the Flortensia still here?
The Flortensia is still there. And it seems relatively peaceful as it is the morning. But you see all kinds of like cabanas and all like the expensive resort areas. They're full and there's people moving about inside. The second layer is going to be your festival plaza, so that's where most of the shops are and everything. And then the third layer is going to be the one that has your like the casinos, the gambling areas, and some of like the more like commercial places to stay. And then the very top is where the Dolmon Onsen is, in addition to another impressive looking building that is kind of up on the side. And then as Luxalia and Party had noted before, there's a stairway that goes up into the top of the mountain, and that leads to the Glyven Shrine, so the Aishen Shrine that is up at the very top. So it's up to you guys what you kind of want to do, and at this point, we're going to go ahead and begin an adventuring or a holiday phase. So for those of you who do not know, holiday phases are a part of the game where every adventure needs a break from adventure. And so between basically adventures, there's a minimum of 2 weeks that the players are able to take kind of away from, just the combat and constant action, to be able to heal up and to be able to do the things that, they need to do. Maybe some like passive upgrades, some, weapon improvements, some proficiency stuff. They can do things like crafting. They can do things like removing points of misery from themselves. And we can do it in many ways. We could potentially roleplay those things out, but we can also decide as well to just kind of go through those however you want to play it, and with your Fate Weaver, however when you're playing the game you want to do that, feel free to do it. But during these holiday phases, there's also key story moments, and so everybody every 2 weeks gets one action that they're able to do during these holiday phases. But there's also kind of interspersed throughout there some maybe key role-playing things that you have to do. For example, in this case, it's going to be the trial. And so why don't you go ahead and each of you tell me what you're going to do during this time of holiday phase, so we can determine that before getting into any specifics of where you guys want to go. So take a minute to think about it, but if you have what you want to do, just let me know. And
Yuki's going to take a look at her Voiden Vorpal broadsword. She hasn't had an opportunity to really sit down and look at it and decipher what it is, since she hasn't used it. It's the first time she's been able to, so that's what she's going to do.
So as Yuki does this, she kind of pulls it out. She slumps kind of against like a cabana chair. She just pulls her sword out and begins to look at it, and it's as if she's seeing it through a new light. Not only has she grown connection with it during combat, but she's able to, as she kind of like looks up and down, try to kind of study it and figure out maybe some of like the secrets that are behind this. And so, Yuki, as you do so, I'm going to have you make 2 checks for me. The first check is going to be trying to figure out. So you have your passive thing. So you're trying to figure out your art for it. Is that correct?
Yeah, the art for it. Yeah, that's correct.
All right. So you're gonna have 1 skill check for me. It's going to be an elemental skill check.
Okay. That is a 14 plus 1, 15.
15. So you begin to decipher this, and this takes place over a number of days as you're beginning to do it. You kind of almost train with it in a way, trying to figure out like what makes it click, trying to use maybe some special words to be able to get it to do something out of the ordinary.
Belron, Mickey Mouse, Jiminy Cricket.
You do so, and it gets easier and easier to be able to use and to be able to wield, and you dive deeper into maybe what secrets that it can uncover, and it clicks. And we're gonna get back to that as soon as we go to some of the other things.
Yep.
Let's go to Connor. So Belbin, what are you planning to do with Belbin?
Yeah, I want to try to get rid of some of this extra misery that I picked up.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm guessing go to the top level of the shrine.
Yeah, you can either go to the shrine or you could go to the Domon Onsen. Remember, there was an individual too. Name was, I believe, Kalisha, that you had met over there from way back in the day to be able to maybe help you with certain things.
Yes.
So it's up to you, like where you wish to go. You can go play the shrine, or you can go visit this one individual.
Let's go see her.
Okay. So you make your way to the Domon Onsen, and you bust your way in there, Belbin as ever. And you look around, and you notice immediately up at the front desk, there is a man who is there, the owner, but you see kind of like giving you like a slight polite bow. It is Kalisha who is there, and she looks and says, Master Belbin, welcome back.
I think I'm ready for your services.
And
Kalisha.
she kind of looks and she bids you into a side room. While you're in there, so basically while you're in here, it's kind of like a therapy session, but more of like a spiritual direction kind of session as well. So there's certain things that you can bring up, certain things that you want to talk about with them. Or is there anything specifically that you want to sort out to be able, that maybe is like weighing heavy on Belbin's mind, that maybe you want to like be lifted from you?
Yeah, I think it was. I don't even think this was actually before streaming, but the whole incident with Luxalia and Yuki with the key. No, it was Zill and Yuki with the key.
Freaking key string. Of the key.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, has that still been on your mind, Belbin? My lord.
Time has probably healed it a little bit, but
you have no idea what's going on. Whatever happens in the privacy of this conversation, you have no idea what's going on. So you begin to kind of discuss kind of the ins and outs and the feelings of betrayal, these feelings of, from maybe your past and how you've been burned and hurt by others. And you begin to kind of just like unload, and it begins to get actually easier and easier to open up as you do so. There's something about her presence and something about the way that she is listening, that like even things that maybe like you were like keeping like deep down, you're suddenly remembering, and you begin to just like let it all out. And again, this is another process that happens over the course of days. So you set up regular meetings with her weekly to be able to, or not weekly, but daily, to be able to get over some of these things. And without revealing too much backstory or anything, you pretty much like unburdened like your soul and your heart out to this individual. And she actually does do a good job of helping. However, as you do so, I'm going to have you make a charisma survival check for me as you begin to do so. And this is to determine how much you're able to tell her without holding back.
Okay. 11.
11. So you're able to discern a decent amount. And so, again, as I mentioned, things are coming up that are like even like further back into your past that maybe you've experienced that you weren't even part of this party, like pre-Nymphicia and all of that shenanigans. And things from Shada and like being able to encounter her have begun to pop up. And one thing that you have noticed as you've been making your way to and from your sessions is every now and then, once in a blue moon, you actually do see Shada at one of the tables at the onsen eating. If you wish so, you may sit down and chat with her and continue that relationship growth. Is that something that you would like to do?
Not right. I think I'm going to be focusing on myself for,
Yeah. As you do so, the burdens of the world seem to be slipping from you. And I'm going to have you go ahead and roll 1d6 for me.
D6. Okay. 5.
5. And as that happens, you can go ahead and remove 5 points of misery.
Yo, freaking Belvin. Holy smokes. Is that like all of it?
So yeah, that puts me at like the top of that. I'm at like an 11 out of 11.
11 out of 11. So you remove points. So you remove 5
Oh,
points from the
gotcha.
total that you had.
Okay. So then, because I was switching, I was at a 5. Then I thought we were counting up.
Yeah,
So
once
that's
you
what
once
you're
you get into the point you
So-
are, it's counting up. That's if you gain points.
Gotcha,
It's counting
okay.
up. And then if you lose
Okay.
points, you
It's
reduce
going
it.
down.
It's going down.
Okay, so then I would be at a 0.
Okay.
So does that mean I'm
You're,
neutral?
you're still sitting at
Or is it
0
one?
in Vice, so you basically need to get below that 0, and then you'll be at
Gotcha.
your maximum score for neutral. This is immensely helped though. Like it's gotten to the point where like you've battled some of your inner demons before, but nothing has been quite as helpful, especially from the things that you've witnessed since the last time that you really like trusted someone and unloaded and basically bared your soul out. To where you can actually feel yourself, you can feel joy for the first time in forever. Like you almost have kind of like this blissful forgetfulness that also has begun to kind of be there. But there's still part of you that feels like you need to atone for the things that you've done specifically. And so, yeah, maybe there's some stuff that you yourself need to work with, but like as far as the talking and the conversations of these things that have really hurt you goes, you seem to be relieved of those to some degree. But you're finished this with kind of this renewal of mind to be able to be like this new determination to be like, I want to be better going forward. So you can role play that however you want, however that looks, or just depending on what ends up happening, just feel free to play Belvin as in, but that's what he's experiencing in this moment.
Okay.
Sweet.
Cool.
Luxalia, what are you doing during these couple weeks?
She is going to go to the Shrine Maiden and research / like pray.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So
There.
what do you want to research while you're there?
What
anything
are my
specifically?
options?
So, typically, like the research options could be like history of like the location that you're in. It could be something like if you found like a book or like a scroll to research that. If you have a weapon or like a set of armor that maybe has like a hidden secret to it, you can do so there. You can maybe like attempt to uncover maybe some like religious texts or maybe study something that like that maybe caught your attention during your latest adventure that maybe you want to look into a little bit more. There's all kinds of things that you can do for that. And then I'll just lead you to the direction of that depending on what you want to research.
Cool. Since it's at a shrine, I basically just want to, I guess, see what books they have.
Mhm.
relating to like the shrine maidens here, but like specifically like religious research.
Yeah, perfect. So you make your way up to the shrine, as it were, and they actually take a look at you, and it's been a little while since they have seen you, but they do notice that you're here completely decked out in your shrine maiden gear, and so people don't really bat a eye to you. You make your way up kind of to the front shrine area where there are some shrine maidens that are praying, burning some incense. And one that you do recognize turns to you. And from what you remember, this is a shrine maiden by the name of Hinako. And she is, she bows, she welcomes you. And as you begin to maybe ask what's going on, like what you want to research, she leads you in a general direction to where some, texts are, specifically about the shrine itself, but more specifically about why the shrine is here. And so you can tell that these texts aren't super old. The shrine is relatively new, historically speaking, to the island. Yeah. But you see that there are actually scrolls from all over the place. So the most of the scrolls that you see here are actually from the Golden Sands culture. So for what you know, these are a culture of Glyven that are closely related to the other three Glyven clans, but they tend to focus a little bit more in ascetic practices. And so they're really strict and regimented about the things that they do, especially their prayer. And so you begin to read up kind of a little bit on that, but mostly like the history of why you want to come there. Does that sound okay? Like those types of things you want to see? Cool. So go ahead and first of all, go ahead and make a knowledge skill check for me as you dive into kind of the historical context of this.
Okay. And I have I think I have something that might help. Knower of Secrets. Gain emboldened on faith-based checks to determine the location of the spiritual holy origin. Additionally, okay, so that's not faith.
Yeah, so this is knowledge first. You're going to make a secondary check for me just to see what basically any like modifiers or like DCs for the next check. Okay. But this is kind of just a general based on like historical context of what you're able to derive from it. So what was your knowledge skill check?
Yeah, sorry. I'm just reading through the Knower of Secrets thing. I gain hope on all faith checks rolled when performing the research holiday action.
Sweet.
So knowledge, you said?
Mm-hmm. Knowledge skill check.
Okay. Knowledge. 8.
All right, so you begin to look, and some of it's a little bit confusing, but you can get through it. The nice thing is the Glyven language, as far as like the classical version that you've studied it, is the same through each of the clans. And so it's something, there's nothing like literally speaking that is confusing per se, but there's something that has caught your attention. I'm going to have you make a focus skill check for me. So that's a faith-based check. So you can roll this with hope.
With hope.
Yep.
How's it feel not having to do the -2, Cole? Oh, it feels so good.
It's nice.
So nice.
Focus is 3, so 11.
Yeah, you begin to go deeper, and at this point, when the points that you were getting confused, you actually ask for help specifically from Hinako, and she helps you as far as like teaching you how to practice their faith, or practice like their type of prayer. And you're able to discern through your days of doing this that the reason that this shrine was actually built was they were invited by the prominent families of Takai Town. This has always been a location that has been like kind of in the eye of the Golivan to be able to look towards, especially because of the rumors of this being kind of the cradle of civilization, as it were. And so they wanted, and being like as connected to like the natural world as they are, specifically to this idea, they have a really big devotion to this idea of life and death. And like what the meanings of life are, specifically in the practices of Alomnia, but also what happens after this life, what like going into death, and like what that means. And so this shrine is actually one that's dedicated specifically to the study of Aishen volcano and the cradle of how fire has this this destroying quality in death, but it also has this renewing quality as like, so it's like a very natural study of the way that Alomnia works and whatnot. And so so you begin to study, and as you begin to practice, one thing that you're able to discern from this, something that is very important, is this island itself is very important, and it actually is under the eye of all kinds of different individuals. And throughout Aishen Island's history, it actually used to be a part of the main continent in itself. And so some of the things that you're able to note is there was actually a great kind of earthquake per se, but like kind of the displacement at basically the start of the third age of Everlast. And what ended up happening was the part of the continent itself, that part that laid on a fault line, began to sink. And so Aishen Island, being one of actually the tallest places in all of Everlast, began to sink itself, and a civilization of a Shalanthil began to crumble and began to fall apart. The only thing that was able to stay afloat was basically the tops of these mountains. And so there are 3 or 4 main islands that were able to stay afloat, and without the exception of the man-made island of Fulden Rock. So Fulden Rock is a man-made island, and there's not a whole lot of information about that. But these 4 islands that that continue to exist in the middle of the sea, so where the inland sea makes its way up, are Aishen Island, which is the biggest of them all, and where pretty much the city and civilization of a Shalanthil once was. You have, and then 3 other islands. These islands have been renamed things through the years, particularly based off of the individuals that are taking care and are overlooking these specific islands. One of them, and each of them are associated with these creation narratives as well, and that's part of maybe some of the reason why they still have survived. So you have the first one, which is Sky Spire Island. So this is an island that is dedicated to the element of electricity, where the heavens themselves were created, and it's an island dedicated to that. You have another island called the Barrier Depths Islands, and these are actually watched over by King Ferrand of the Feshin Fey Elves. And so he's the one who looks over them, and specifically the creation of the oceans and the creation of water. And then you have the Terra Bay Island, which you are very familiar with. You have already experienced this, and you've seen the Earth Pillar and where this spiritual and manic energy has come from. But one thing that you have found out that you had no idea in the past was the actual caretakers of this island. From what you had seen, what Eclaas Eeas has seen when they had visited this island, it was an island that seemed primarily uninhabited, except by a group of goblins, if you remember. These goblins had taken over this island and pretty much had slain all of the individuals that were part of the Order of Amondalius. Amondalius.
How does one spell that?
Amondalias. Amondalius. And that was actually one of the original orders of the Alomnic faith. from the very first age, and it was like the main church that existed in Ashalinthil. Their descendants are the Order of Amandalius, and they are the ones who, throughout all of history, have been taking care of the Terabay Islands. And you are actually the one who brought the news that you did not see anybody on this island, which is worrisome to the basically the Shrine Maidens that are there. And so it's something that they have noted. But as far as the history goes and everything, the Order of Amandalius are the ones who typically take care of this one. And then finally you have Aishen Island. And the caretakers of Aishen Island, specifically Aishen Volcano, is Nalgoric Cragheim. He is the king of the of Flomberge and the king of the Black or the Gold Draken.
Guys, I gotta get going.
Sounds good.
I'll
See you,
guys
Connor.
later.
Have a good one.
Guys.
Bye.
Thanks for joining.
Lots of love, buddy.
Yep.
Enjoy the wedding.
So that's what you've discovered from your time of study. It's a lot of good historical information and good tidbits, but from everything that you've been able to learn, this is all very good and potentially, hopefully, useful information for you going into the future. And that brings us to Zill. What does Zill want to do during this time?
Do we have to spend a holiday action to use our AP?
To use your AP, yes, in order to unlock arts or traits.
What about a stat increase?
Stat increase, no, you do not. So basically, that's
Great.
that you can spend it to immediately get that, and then you can still have a holiday action. So
Great. I'm gonna spend my AP to increase my strength one.
okay,
Nice.
yeah, freaking get the freaking axe action.
Yep. So I'm now at 12 strength. And then there's a few things I want to do, but I'm not sure which one I'm gonna do.
Okay.
So I just have a lot of items that I kind of want to get rid of
Okay.
and sell.
Okay.
And hopefully look for upgrades like my own equipment, like trading the Refinium Long Axe for Refinium Battle Axe would be a hope.
Mm-hmm.
Or go smithing and work on either making something new or repairing all my gear.
Okay. So as far as getting rid of things and whatnot, you could do that. You do remember, though, that Aishen Island is primarily a vacation destination. There are going to be some, like, especially with, like, things that are such as, like, mining materials and, like, stuff that's useful for smithing. The Gold Draken might be interested in purchasing for you. But the vast majority of the people here tend to be either, like, food traders. Basically stuff that's necessary for the survival of the island, but there's not going to be very many people that are going to be here interested in maybe some of the more adventuring gear that you have. You could try to do that, spend some time doing that. Obviously, there is a Draken Forge that's here, so you can attempt to smith and craft as well. So it's completely up to you how you want to do that, but I would say maybe your time would probably be better spent crafting.
Okay. The other things I want to do is figure out why the heck he knows Voiden.
So that's actually something that doesn't, because you already know it, I'm not going to say that you can just kind of in your passive time, as if you decide to do like blacksmithing, you begin to like think about that and you begin to contemplate, you seek some attention and you seek some help as you are discerning like why you know that. You actually have gone and visited the shrine a couple of times with Luxalia. As you're trying to figure this out, people are not only astounded at the fact that you know this, but the thing that's actually more interesting to them is the fact that as you speak this language, it doesn't have any physical effects on you. One of the things that this void speech is notorious for is corrupting people as the words are being spoken. And so that's something that is maybe a little bit concerning. However, as you pray, I'm going to have you make a faith survival check for me as you determine these
Faith
things.
survival check. Faith survival check. That's an at 16.
Nat 16.
Yo.
Yeah.
Zill.
You, after everything that you've gone through, and just this break has been everything that you've needed, and you begin to dive deeper and deeper into maybe some of these questions that you have. You begin to dive into books and read about these things, and it just so happens that you come across a specific historical text about a group of individuals who have been notorious for knowing these things. And there are very few accounts of this, but something that points out to you is these individuals themselves are warriors of light to some degree. You would think with the being able to understand and speak void speech that they are a corrupt from basically Malvish, but there is a supernatural power outside of evil that gives them the it's more of like a gift of knowledge and a gift of understanding, to be able to know and comprehend these things in order to be wielded for the use of good, in order to dispel them. And as part of that, you have the ability to use it and wield it in a way to where you can drive out the darkness itself, and you are actually protected by the harms of it. And this is a secret ancient order that has been something that you have, like, no one in recent history has been able to find anybody that can do it. And so from what you can tell, this is very, very, very incredibly rare gift to be able to have. Like, for example, people can be studied in the language and be able to read it, but they begin to decay themselves from the ability of speaking it. But maybe these are maybe some hints of, maybe a deeper calling to you that you are Zill, going forward. But it is also something that you're still a little bit wary of, because it's the ability hasn't been tested so much where maybe you're not feeling the effects of it now, but it's something to maybe look into going forward. So
Okay.
so
Great.
cool.
Then, do I also have time to do crafting? Is that what you
You do,
said?
yeah. You can do it.
Great. Can I also see if they have materials for sale?
Oh,
Yeah,
Zill,
absolutely.
by the way, I'm going to give Zill back all of his nonsense that he gave me.
I can't carry it.
Well, you can leave it in your room, Zill. As she
That's fair.
says during one of the things, you don't have to carry it all with you.
That's fair.
I'm going to give it all back to him.
Perfect.
So go ahead and do your crafting checks as usual.
Well, can I see if they have any materials?
Yeah, absolutely. Let me go ahead and pull up.
Do they
my
have any
merchants
refining?
first. Let's see what the dice say. They do not have any refining.
Dang it!
So it looks like they're currently teaching and working on a steel. So they're teaching people how to refine iron ore.
Yuki
into
has a
steel.
refining ingot in her bag. if
I
you
still
it.
need 2 more.
Oh, well,
I
you
need
got.
4.
You can have one if you need it. You can have one if you need it.
I need 4.
Okay, I'll keep this one for you.
'Cause I want to make an axe. Great. I'm just gonna then fix all my stuff.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. You begin to fix, and because you are a blacksmith, that doesn't require any checks now. And so you're able to, during a holiday phase specifically, be able to repair everything up to their maximum. At least things that are metal-based.
Great.
To completely
So just
repair.
one holiday phase fixes everything?
Will fix everything that in your inventory that's able to do that.
Amazing.
Yo, that's freaking sick.
I like that.
Blacksmiths are useful. Cool. And as this is happening, is Thordane going to be doing anything?
Yeah, Thordane is also going to do a little bit of some wandering and exploring the forests themselves. So he can, yeah, so he can try to find like nice little paths in order to get to Flamberge easier. If he has time, he'll try to make his way to Flamberge and like sneak it out a little bit and just,
For science.
for science, exactly.
So one of the things though that Thordane is actually been advised at as far as utilizing maybe this skill that he has, it might be better suited exploring the island, not necessarily Flamberge, as there are Draken and whatnot, and Krothos is still in Takai Town with you.
Okay,
That know the
sounds good.
paths.
He'll do the island then. He'll go and just know it like the back of his hand. That's his plan.
Yep. And he does so actually, and this is something that's quite cathartic experience to him. It's been a while since it's been just him out in the wilderness by his own, and he actually finds a lot of peace here. He sees all kinds of different wildlife, jungles far different than the forests of the world that he's been able to see. He comes across all kinds of ruins of lost civilizations that are on this island, places that seem to have been untouched by civilization for centuries or even millennia. And he can tell that some of these ruins are quite old. He enjoys himself quite a bit as he goes from basically place to place. And because Aishen Island relatively is a small island, he's able to scour in 2 weeks a large amount of this island.
Well, it doesn't matter to him because he's got terrain expertise, so he can explore anywhere with one action.
So like typically what that is it's a like he can go anywhere like on the continent to like a specific destination, but for this as far as like where he's able to go, he just like knows this island by the back of its hand. He explores even up in the mountainous region up around Aishen Volcano without actually going into Flamberge. He goes around to kind of the more waterfall side, and he sees that there's actually on the north side of the island like great lava flows that are coming from this volcano. It's an active volcano, and it's slowly beginning to like kind of build more onto this island on the north side of it. But he sees all kinds of great wildlife. And maybe some secret locations that, like I said, haven't been touched by civilization for a very long time. So with that in mind, he has explored those, and if it's pretty much unlocked the ability for you guys, if you wish at some point to go on some kind of side missions to go explore for secrets, treasures, that kind of stuff on this island, it is available to you. It doesn't have to be necessarily immediately, but it's something that is available.
Cool. Sounds good.
Cool. Which finally brings us to the fate of the bandits. So, again, this is kind of going a little bit back in time. The bandits themselves follow the group of Eclaas Eeas up into kind of where the Gunter ship is. And again, it's early morning, and by the time you are able to flag down Gunter and actually Mordecai too, his brother, it is kind of late morning, early afternoon. The bandits don't seem to be running. In fact, Duluth's company seem to be almost emboldened and in awe looking at this Flortensia, this beautiful ship. How do you guys wish to deal with this?
Go ahead. I mean, I think we should be honest more so than anything. I think we should be honest with Gunther and approach him with this and maybe just tell him our adventure and see if he has any room on the ship for potential honorable men that we've come to see, I should say.
So you approach, and it looks like he's hard at work, and he looks up, and Gunter, looking the group of you up and down, seeing you a little worse for wear, but alive, very alive, actually. He goes, "Ha ha ha! Well, aren't you a sight for sore eyes, each and every one of you? It looks like you've made some friends. Well, it'd be too rude to not introduce myself. I am Gunter Klaus. I am the owner and runner here of this beautiful ship, the Flortensia. And it is an honor to make your acquaintance of this here," and he kind of points up.
This is my brother Mordecai. Yeah, he's cool, but, you know, sailors. Once you've seen one, you've seen them all, I guess. And he looks specifically up and down at everybody, and he looks at Matic, and he's like, you look like a bunch of sailors yourselves, too. Do tell. I've got lots of stories to tell. Do you have any exciting stories for me to tell? I'm kind of a storyteller in my own right. And I like to sail the seven seas, sharing the tales and adventures that the Flortensia and its crew have encountered.
Do they have any tales?
They're very confused at kind of this, like, over the top. They haven't, you can tell it's been a while since they've been met with any kind of friendliness. Looks as if they aren't, like, outcasts to some society, and so they don't really respond much, other than just kind of like, yeah, look, I've sailed here and there, like, yeah, I mean, like, in a past life, like, just kind of muttering amongst themselves and nothing. And Gunter's kind of, like, listening and, like, looking at each of them, and he looks to you, to the group of you, as if, like, so what brings you here? Are you enjoying your vacation? It's been a while since I've seen you.
Vacation's a word.
Yeah,
It
I
is
think
one word,
I think.
and it's a word that means relaxation here in paradise.
Which I don't think really applies to our past couple days. How long are we gone?
Yeah, we were gone for like a week too, right,
Yeah,
or something.
about a week.
Okay.
It feels like months.
I know. Well, Yuki pipes up and she's just like, well, as you can see, we're a little bit worse for wears. We definitely spent the early part of our vacation enjoying it, but I mean, some things arose, and actually we got into some pretty intense trouble. And Yuki goes into the long and skinny of it. She leaves out like the original beginning of like Duluth, like stealing something from like the town. Noting that's Duluth in the party, she said she chased someone into the forest kind of thing. But then she mentions that she met the bandits in the forest, and just goes into like they're just telling her tale as he so enjoys of telling the tale and of Ameos and of the bandits and all of the vice generals underneath Ameos, like the bloodluster and anyone else who wanted to add things, because obviously Yuki didn't experience everything there. Also, I'm sure what would add in, fill in the holes.
Go ahead
what
and
happened.
make a influence skill check for me.
16 non-natural.
16. His face begins to light up, and he looks at each of you excitedly, and then he coughs. So you left on adventure without me. And he kind of like smiles and like winks, kind of just like teasingly, and he mentions, and you've been through a lot. Here we've been just enjoying, you know, the celebration of solstice, fireworks going off without a hit, without, you know, any issue, night after night, and maybe we have you to thank for peaceful times, peaceful moments. I feel like celebrations like this tend to invite unsavory folk, which is part of the reason why we're here. The Flortensia crew is always here to look out for those who are less fortunate and those who can't protect themselves. But it seems that the group of you have gone above and beyond to do such things, and making friends in the process, being able to take down, what did you say, sorcerer? Magic? Amos. Yes, Amos. Quite impressive. Quite an impressive feat. I have dealt with a few magical beasties in my day. That being said, for an entire crew of individuals, it's no problem to take care of, but for just a handful of you, I've seen your skill in battle, I've seen what you can do, but it seems like you're really proving yourself as adventurers.
I might really consider you attempting to make you part of my full-time crew. And he looks at the group of you.
As he says this, Yuki pipes up, and she's just like, well, actually, speaking of which, these men, and she gestures to Duluth and the rest of the bandits behind. I mean, as we told in the story, they did work for the evil sorcerer on this island, and they did do some bad things. However, I feel like their valor in battle and their ability to protect each other and their them keeping their word doesn't go without notice. And I mean, if you have any room left on this ship, maybe you could potentially utilize their help, or at the very least, you can help vouch for them. They have a trial coming up here shortly, and then
His eyes widen, and Krothos actually speaks up. Yeah, this lot here, they're a bunch of criminals. Just straight
well,
up.
criminals, but I feel like redemption can be had. They've proven themselves in my own humble opinion. I don't know if you necessarily take anyone like this in on your ship, but I feel like they could learn a lot. And I know there's especially some of the younger ones, which it would be such a pity having them rot behind bars the rest of their life.
Let me tell you something about these folks here. Take it from someone who grew up in less ideal situations on the street, having to do some unsavory things myself. But I had the fortune of someone taking me in, someone actually giving me a chance, which is why I didn't end up, like most of them, with a true life of crime other than just a few things here and there. We spoke. We had a heart-to-heart with them, at least I did. And I don't know, I feel like if someone were to give them a chance, they wouldn't have been where they were. They wouldn't have been in league with this sorcerer Ameos. And while no one gave them the chance and they took the way they did, I don't know, maybe they're given a chance now, they can turn that around. I know it helped me turn my life around, and I hope the same can happen for them.
I agree, and I'm not saying like giving them a complete freedom, and I'm not saying slavery either, but maybe they could just work their way on the ship, or if you can find a place for them to be able to work for you and to assist you in the deeds, like be part of an actual crew, give them a purpose in life.
He begins to kind of like squint his eyes as if he's like really listening closely. He like gestures to pull you all in, kind of like a little bit closer, as if he's to tell you a secret. The things you tell me, and the things that, if it so happens to be true, these individuals, you are preaching to the choir. To be honest, the vast majority of my crew here are people who have turned away from unsavory lifestyles. That's not necessarily means that they're good ship hands, however. Each and every one of these crew members are on here because they have proven themselves on the high seas, on those waves. However, if you are willing to vouch for them, I might consider it. I mean, to be honest, we have lost a few crew members for an extended vacation here when we're about to depart in a few weeks. But that being said, I do believe that if these criminals, as you so graciously called them, and he kind of looks to Krothos a little bit, if they have wronged the people here on this island, then yes, they deserve a fair trial. And from what I know of Aishen Island, they will get a fair trial. And if they have you to speak on their behalf, wonderful. And if they are set free to any degree and relieved of their charges, I will consider it.
How are the rest of the crew looking? Like the bandits themselves?
They
During all
are
this?
they kind of gaze at you, all kind of just like looking back and forth between, as if kind of like on edge, like not knowing quite what to expect.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna also turn to Duluth and, well, I mean, I think you should speak with the leader of the company, and I pull Duluth forward. And do you have anything to say to the gracious captain here on the ship?
Ah, gracious indeed. And he kind of gives like a bow to Gunter.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the name's Duluth. Throughout the most of my years growing up, I spent time on ships and boats, and so is most of my crew. We're all outcasts from our previous societies, all accumulating at this here island, per se. So we do all have a boat experience, every single individual here to varying degrees. I will vouch for myself and a few others, especially this one, and he points over to Matic. We've had quite a bit of experience on the high seas ourselves. If it weren't for mutinies taking over and, wrongdoings. Our problems with the crews that we've had in the past and where we've all found each other is each and every one of them don't have the backs of the other crewmates. Again, mutiny is always where the end line has been drawn. Either that or the decimation of our ships, and from what I can see from this merry crew of yours, it seems as if you all have each other's backs. And the ship, large as it may be, and for your, it hasn't been washed over me completely, but I've heard legends of the Flortensia. The ship has never been sunk. The ship has never been breached by an enemy. Out on the high seas, including monsters, if what you say is true about your legendary magical creature adventures, we would be happy to serve on this crew. And we would do whatever it takes to prove ourselves. Especially for, as young miss here, and points over to Yuki, has mentioned previously, some of us are young and fit and strapping as it may be. I think we would be of value to your crew. All we ask is that you do consider the offer that has been placed in front of you, and we will do everything that we can to work hard. I'm going to have Luxalia, Zil, Thordane, and Yuki go ahead and make wisdom skill checks as he says this.
10.
10.
Yuki got a 12. Thordane got a 17.
Okay.
I got an 18.
18. So the group is able, most of you, with the exception of Zill's kind of just like fascinated by some of this, but specifically Thordane and Luxalia, both of you notice that there is a complete tale of honesty in his eyes, and especially in his words. It seems like everything that Duluth is saying, there's no trickery at all behind it. He seems relatively, not complete, if anything, completely honest about the things that he's saying. Okay. That's something to note. Which brings us to where we're at right now. And Krothos, he kind of growls, "Enough of this chit-chat. We shall summon the council as soon as possible." And he looks at each of you.
Yeah.
If you all will wait in the festival plaza, I have a few errands to make. So you guys make your way up to the festival plaza and you wait there, keeping your eyes on the bandits. They all look
quite nervous. And eventually, a couple hours later, you see Krothos. He's made his way down in actually complete normal Draken attire. You can tell that he is disrobed from his mishmash of clothing items that he had put together, and is wearing something relatively reasonable for his stature and for the typical wear of what the Draken will have. Following behind him, there is a man, or not a man, but a larger, stronger Draken. And this Draken is actually interesting because he has a long, almost graying beard that's come down. He doesn't look old per se, but he looks definitely older than Krothos, but there's like this air of like wisdom in his eyes as he makes his way down. Ah, these must be the individuals that you have been telling me about. The council's been assembled.
And Yuki bows to him in Draken manner, as she would, because she would know the customs to be able to appropriately address him. Would she know?
Sure. I mean, like bowing, Draken. I mean, it's relatively similar, although honestly, the gold Draken and the silver Draken geographically are as opposite as they could possibly be. So you're making guesses. And yeah, it's nice. It's polite. He recognizes that it's polite. And he says, "No need to be so polite, young one. The name is Concord. And I am the representative here, representing the city of Lomberge. Which individuals, do you say, are going on trial for the things of the crimes they have committed against? A lot of them seem relatively well behaved. No one in shackles, no one... Well, it seems everybody is here, completely within their own will.
After finishing her bow, Yuki stands up straight, and she's just like, well, Mistletoe Yuki at your service. I am a silver draken from the city of... Oh, gosh, where's she from? Oh, my gosh, where's she from? Flamonglith. from Flamonglith, I'm sorry. It's been a while. We've been on a long journey. But yes, these are the men that will be on trial, and as you noted, yes, they're very well-behaved gentlemen. They understand the crimes that they have committed, and they are looking for mercy. So, that's it. That's what she said.
Mercy is key, especially in my older years. But let's see, based on what they have done, if justice also serves on their side. Follow me. The council awaits. So the group of you make your way actually all the way up to the 4th level in the building that is next to the Domon Onsen. It is a smaller building than the Domon Onsen, but it looks to be the city hall of Takai Town. The group of you are ushered in, and immediately sitting up on, it's kind of like a tri-platform. There's an empty seat to which Concord goes, and he takes a seat. And sitting down, he is actually as tall as the higher elevated person to his right, which is a woman. She looks relatively older in her years. She is a human, and from what you can tell, she is a southerner human, so from island culture, from the like, she seems to be, definitely from here. And then actually sitting at her left is a Golivan woman, and actually it is Hinako, the Golivan shrine maiden from the shrine at Takai Town. So everybody gets filed in, and so the group of individuals, so I believe that's all six of them, they go ahead and they sit down.
7 if you include Duluth.
7 if you include Duluth, yes, that's correct. Wait, no, that's 6 if you include Duluth.
Well, oh yeah, that's true. Sorry, 6.
Six if you
Yep.
include Duluth.
Mhm.
All of them sit down, and the woman she rises, and along with Hinako and Concord, they both rise, and mentions, "Welcome, each and every one of you. I'm glad to see that you have come here for your own crimes, and while I'm happy that you have come forward, the trial will begin. Do you have anybody speaking on your behalf as we begin your trial for your crimes against the people of Takai Town?"
Does he say yes or no? I'm assuming Duluth's speaking for them.
Are we speaking for them?
Well, we are, but like she asked Duluth and the bandits,
Oh.
or unless she's just generally asking if there's anyone. I don't know.
I mean, she very much is directly talking to them, but there's only a few people in the room, though.
Okay.
I mean, it's you guys. It's not like the typical like justice system where you have like your jury and everything. It's pretty much like they're on trial amongst like 3 judges, essentially. You are there basically as the witnesses, but also as potential speakers if you wish to be so.
Yuki addresses again, is polite and curtsies, does her typical very charismatic way that she speaks about herself, and she's just like, yes, we are the party who fought with Krothos here, as well as the ones who encountered these individuals at the Aishen Island fortress in the forest.
Zill is not understanding any of the decorum.
As you say that, though, Hinako, she like kind of looks at you and mentions, "Yes, there has been some disturbances in the west of this island that I've been feeling for quite some time. I am quite interested to hear what your adventures had brought you, and also how each of these 6 individuals have come into your care." And then looking directly at you, Yuki, she gestures up to the main person, the woman who's standing above. "The name is Malaysiarch. I am an ancestor here dating back a millennia. Some even claim that I come from the original peoples of Ashalinthil. You do know Ashalinthil, don't you, my dear?"
Well, I've heard tellings and tales. To be quite honest, I'm again from Flamongolith, all the way up north, and so tales of the southern islands don't reach very often. But in the time that I've been spending here, I have heard quite a bit about it, especially at the fortress that I had previously mentioned. We learned a little bit of the history of it.
I see.
Yeah.
Now, if you would, introduce yourself and your individuals that you are wishing to defend. And she kind of like looks at you like kind of suspiciously.
Nice.
As if like kind of knowing vaguely what these individuals have done. But not quite all. But yeah, she goes ahead and she asks for your introduction.
Yuki again curtsies and says, "Why, of course, madam. So my party and the people that will be representing these bandits. I myself am Mistletoe Yuki from the Mistletoe family from Flamongolith. To my right, and she gestures to Luxalia. This is Luxalia, and she comes all the way from the Silverwood. She is a shrine maiden, like Hinako, and points, or Lady Hinako, and she points up at Lady Hinako. And then to my left, this is Zill from the city of Helix. And there's not many men who are quite as pious as he is. But what a good guy he is, and he even has a little mouse named Waffle as well. And then
The waffle out.
yeah, and then Yuki just quickly tells the other two, Belbin and Thordane, as well. And then she introduces the bandits. So the leader of this band of men is Duluth right here, and gives him the floor to be able to introduce himself if he wants to any further than that. Which
Aye. The name is Duluth. I am here also speaking on behalf of me and my men. That is correct, and you heard so correct. I am the leader of this bunch, this ragtag group of outlaws, you might call us.
And then
We've
Yuki,
been through quite a lot. And then he goes ahead and he introduces each and every one. As you finish your introductions, do you have anything else to add to your introduction?
Yuki says, though we aren't bandits, and though we do fight for Alumnia in our quests to rid the world of the evil that is here, upon first encountering these bandits themselves, they were, of course, bandits and running from the law. But upon working with them and overthrowing the evil that was in that fortress, I find it within my heart that they are good men who have just been displaced and who had nothing to go to, almost without hope in a way. So as we continue this trial, I do hope that you keep mercy at the back of your mind. And that's what she says.
Go ahead and make a charm skill check for me.
Oh, heck yeah. I'm so happy we don't have freaking weariness anymore. Charm, you said?
Mm-hmm.
That's a 19.
So as you do so, Malaysiarch, she looks around at Hinako and her dragon cohort, and they sit. As mentioned previously, we will be watching over. We have myself, Malaysiarch, one of the matrons of this here island, ancestor, and a self-appointed leader of this group, and we also have Hinako. She joins us from the Golden Sands community of Glyven. Seems you have a couple Glyven in your midst. Hopefully you've made acquaintances. And here on my right side you have Concord. Concord, he's been a long friend of this town and in this island. We will take what, we will see what you have to offer in regards to just the overall crimes that they have committed. And we will see that they seek swift justice for those crimes. And she looks over at basically the other two, and they both nod in correction. Now tell us. And Krothos, he stands up and he steps in. I'm going to read the charges of these individuals here. We have multiple accounts of people gone missing in this town, as it were, since people have started disappearing. That would be a total of around 22 individuals that have gone missing during their time of, this presence in the jungle. These individuals, led by this man, Duluth, were working for a sorcerer, a man of magic.
Mm-hmm.
A man of pure evil, seeking to summon something evil here to this land. And with that being said, they were taking sacrifices, and me being one of them, very lucky that I survived, were one of them. These bandits ruthlessly beat and sacrificed, or helped to sacrifice, these individuals for the sake of evil. On top of that, they have also had many accounts of thievery from the people here in Takai Town. stealing well over 2,000 EC worth of treasures, jewels, and whatnot. Not only damaging the people here, but the reputation of this town. Those are the charges that they are brought forth with. And you may proceed.
So Malaysiarch, she looks at the group of you. Specifically to you, Yuki.
Mm-hmm.
With these charges being held amongst them, what say you in their defense?
Yuki stands up and in again her charismatic kind of way, but respectful in the same aspect, gives another small little bow, and she speaks up. What my cohort Krothos has said here isn't wrong. They were under the tutelage of the sorcerer Ameos, the evil sorcerer in the keep, after all. And yes, they did happen to lead prisoners to the fortress themselves. So that's all correct. However, from my time spending with them, and I sensed absolutely zero, if none, lying in their eyes. In fact, they have no reason to lie. All of these men come from a place that they don't have anything in their lives, and there's no reason for them to lie to my face. There's no reason for it, especially with their brave deeds. And then she goes into accounting like the events that happened in the fortress, starting all the way from the moment that they met Duluth running into the forest, to the bandit camp, to all the events of the fortress, and even Krothos meeting Krothos in the cell and that kind of thing. And she's like, and they're in really emphasizing the bravery that the men had in the final moments, that despite it looking hopeless in the end, they fought to bring peace to Aishen Island, and at the very least to overthrow something that was evil. And the last thing she says before relenting her speaking to Malaysiac, she turns to Duluth actually, and she says, Duluth, I know that you mentioned to me that you were only in service of the sorcerer himself as a means to be able to support your men yourself. They're your group of men, and there was nowhere for you to go. But one thing I think that needs to be held perfectly clear: did you ever know what Ameos, this evil sorcerer, was doing to these prisoners themselves? When you were taking these men and these prisoners to the fortress, were you aware of the intentions that the sorcerer had with them?
Duluth looks up and he speaks up and he says, Unfortunately, I wasn't on the inner circle, as it were. Yes, I did know that people were being taken and people weren't coming out of that place. And I also saw the looks on my companions as they made their way back and forth from that wretched place. We did what we did out of necessity. We have lived a life of, law-breaking, thievery, but it was all for survival, as it were. Yuki, I'm gonna have you make an influence skill check for me.
$15.
I see. Unfortunately, claims such as the need for coin, the need for safety, the need for food and full bellies does not dismiss bad actions done. If we want to keep justice, if we want justice to be served, there's no better way than for the service of those to repay every single coin which they stole. And are they capable of doing such things?
I'm going to tell you before you answer that, go ahead and make a charm skill check for me, Yuki.
18. God, this is so intense.
If I may, in terms of justice, being a shrine maiden of the Shrine of Amaterasu, I am very sensitive to the value not of just money, but of life. And I could say that life is more precious than gold, and really of more value than anything else. That is say, these men sacrificed their lives to save your town. This Ameos was going about and was trying to basically bring this entire island and world to ruin. And yet, these brave men helped us fight and destroy that evil. And in doing so, they have lost many a comrade. Many a comrade. And we have buried them, and you can go see their tombs if you would like in the wilderness. But they have already, in many ways, paid back that which they have owed. And I would like you to think about how you are able to sit here freely because of the sacrifices. Yes, they have made mistakes, but they've also made sacrifices to let you continue to live in the freedom and comfort that you currently possess. And on top of all that, again, they have, yes, taken lives, but they've also given their lives as well, and lost many a comrade. And I think, in a lot of ways, that justice has already been served. So.
So Concord, he actually chimes in at this moment. The kind of smooth voice that he had before, it seems to be a little gruffer. I see that they fought bravely, and obviously they do come on their own accord. I have made a note of that. And obviously they feel some kind of retribution for their mistakes. And I do believe that they are here for a reason. They've sacrificed a lot to come here, but they've also sacrificed a many innocent to put us in the situation that we're in here today. Where mercy does exist, I feel, there also needs to be a price to pay. Gold, and looks up at Malaysiarch. Gold is one thing. Service might be another. But I do believe that each and every single individual that is born under Alamnia on this planet, on this earth, as it were, needs to follow Alamnia's law. Knowing or not, these individuals have led many to their deaths, many innocent individuals to their deaths. Yes, they may have made up for it by fighting and trying to undo their wrongs, but the sins they have created here to the people of this island not only has destroyed the reputation, and I'm noting, and actually kind of takes a look at you and looks at Hinako. I am noting that, yes, they are full, well, and accepting of their deeds, and because of the work of your group, because of the work of them, we are eternally grateful for your service and for the saving of us here. However, we do believe to just let bygones be bygones just because they turned away, that doesn't teach a very good example, especially for the reputation of Takai Town and its loss of tourism over the past few months, as it were. People have gone missing, families have been destroyed and uprooted. Where some, and Malaysia actually kind of rolls her eyes, maybe want money, physical compensation for them.
I believe justice is due for a more serious compensation. What are these men willing to give in order to compensate for the things? Yes, saving us here is a long way to being able to help in that compensation, but they have also brought a lot of suffering and pain on the people of this town. Luxalia, go ahead and make an influence skill check for me.
Can I say one more thing first?
Yes.
How many people are currently in this city? And the city of Flamberge?
Residents or visitors?
Both.
Both. So Flamberge is closed to residents because we have special tasks given to us by Alumnia himself. However, in our population of Flamberge, we have around 600 strong there. We have lost a total to this unfortunate cataclysmic events. We have lost a total of 8 individuals out in the jungle. Here in Takai Town, the residency is anywhere between 300 to 800, give or take, with about half of those being residents and a little more than half of those, again, give or take, being visitors. That has dropped down to nearly a fourth of the visitors that we have had in recent years.
So more or less, there's about 1,000 people on this island, correct?
More or less.
Now, yes, they did take 20 innocent lives. However, if we're talking about in the eyes of Alomnia, I believe that all of us have sins that we all need atonement for. Yes, some greater than others, and I'm sure that a lot of visitors here probably did not get their money in a way that was right and just in the eyes of Alomnia. Now, I'm not excusing that as a fact. However, I do want you to keep in mind that though they did take 22 people, they also saved about 1,000 in what they did and helped to do. Yes, part of that was Eclaas Eeas, and we did have our role in that. But I really believe in Alomnia's mercy in sending us to them and giving them that chance to repent and to make up and atone for their sins by destroying the evil, which is horrid and abominable in the eyes of Alomnia. And so, yes, while justice sometimes declares an eye for an eye, however, Alomnia, in his law, desires mercy over sacrifice and justice. And while he is perfectly just, he is also perfectly merciful. And I do believe that by their actions, saving about 1,000 people here and countless others throughout the world by destroying this person, and their help in doing so, and giving us the opportunity to do that, I believe that they have, one, not only given up their lives and given that sacrifice and justice, but they have also saved the lives of everyone else that is still here.
And Yuki pipes in really quick at the end of that with Luxalia. Very eloquently put, Luxalia. And I'm not as well versed in the ways of Alomnia or in the ways of just religion in general as much as my cohort is. However, I am perfectly aware of evil and what evil is in this world. And it is my understanding, and it is from the experiences that we had in the forest on Aishen Island and in this godforsaken Alomnia forsaken fortress. It is under my opinion that these men weren't doing it by their own free will itself. Yes, they may have joined the sorcerer on their own free will, but it is under my opinion from my interactions with Duluth and his party that once they were in it, they could not escape, and they had that desire within them to want to escape, and we were that opportunity for them to do so. Unfortunately, they lost many of their cohorts in the end, but I feel like they're as much victims as anyone else here on this island. They were put in a situation where they were being forced to be able to use this, whether though they joined willingly. I feel like they didn't know exactly what they were getting themselves into. When they actually did get themselves into it, there was no way for them to get out of it without Duluth, all of his men dying. And I respect that. I respect the fact that Duluth was willing to do what he was doing to help to keep those around him alive. And yes, that doesn't excuse their crimes. Of course, they still committed the crimes, but it's not, they didn't do the crimes by their own will. And I actually, or Yuki actually looks to Salik and gestures for him to step forward, actually. If
Before
he
you
can.
do so, I'm going to
Yeah.
need Luxalia to make an influence skill check.
12.
12. And what do you wish Salik to say, Yuki?
I don't want him to say anything, actually. I'm going to
Okay.
be using him as an example.
Okay.
So, for example, and well, I first gesture to say, like, does he come and join me up at the front, or
Nervously, yes.
Okay. This young one, Salik is his name. He told me his story when we were making our way to the fortress initially, and I go into explaining the fact that he was from Fulden Rock originally, and by a bevy of different circumstances, he found his way here on the island. I talk a little bit about it. Again, a little bit apprehensive to be talking because, I know it's personal information for him, but I feel like at this point, like, all personal information is getting kind of thrown to the wind. It's a trial after all. And kindly, she begins to talk to him. But when we got to the fortress, I noticed something in him. I noticed a pure terror and a pure fear. And the last thing he wanted was to take a step into that fortress again. And I felt that. I felt that from all the other bandits, especially with young Salik here. Yet his bravery in the face of all of this led us to being able to find the generals of this wretched wizard, wretched sorcerer, and led us to being able to secure it. So even despite the fear of their own lives being at stake, as Luxalia so eloquently stated, way more eloquently than I could have, they were doing this against their will. I'm under the opinion that they were doing this against their will, yet they did everything when they had the opportunity to rid themselves of it, but also try to help the people of Aishen Island here. And this young boy has shown more courage than I have seen in any... this young boy, as well as the rest of the party, has shown more courage than I would have seen in any man. And that's what she says. And then I'll tell Salik to go back. Ooh.
Not to mention, the sins of the servant are not quite equivalent to the sins of the master. And they even helped overthrow the master who gave those orders to begin with.
And so Duluth, hearing that statement specifically, he says, "And if it's any help, these men were in service under me. They looked to me for their answers. And to be honest, it's quite a burden to bear. I'm not complaining about it. I mean, I served it. I did what I thought was best for the group. Yes, the intentions and the ultimate evils that were going on there, maybe we weren't completely aware of, but I do take full responsibility for that, even in place of my followers here. They were just following my orders." And with that, I'm actually... Yuki, go ahead and make a charm skill check for me with that. And then before you give me that answer of what that result is, Hinako is actually going to stand up. And she says, "So I understand with everything that you've mentioned that they do admit to these evil atrocities that they've done. So if it is the case that
they're brought to trial for these things, and it's not so much a question as to whether they have done these things or not. Tell me, what would you have us do to serve out their sentence? What would you have us do for their judgment? Yes, I understand this idea of mercy, and I understand this idea of Alamnia, and, his idea of mercy. And they have saved a lot more, maybe, than they have hurt. But what would you say would be a just punishment for this group?
Yeah,
Go ahead. When Luxalia comes back, not Luxalia, when Objective Habit.
I'm
Hold on.
I'm so sorry, everyone. My internet for some reason keeps bugging out the entire night. So
Dajobu.
I heard it. I heard it though, so no problem.
Okay, cool.
I was just trying to-
But first, go ahead and give me your charm skill check.
Okay, so that was a 13 plus 5, so 18.
Disgusting. Okay.
I know. She's really good.
Yeah, that's
She's
disgusting.
real strong at it. Yep.
All right, sweet. All right, whoever wants to answer the question, feel free.
I have a suggestion.
Speaking up.
So, well, usually I'm the one on trial here. This is a little weird for me.
Lazy Ark, she kind of eyes you suspiciously. Go on.
I don't have the cleanest past, but I'm trying to be better, which is why I'm vouching for these men. But I don't think they should get off scot-free. I agree with this. We've also talked to our friend Gunter on the Flotensia, and to give them honest work. Maybe let them go, serve on his ship, starting at the lowest position, swabbing the decks or whatever he'll have them do, and don't let them come back. Like, ban them from Takai Town, from this island for however long you see just. A year, a decade, the rest of their life, I don't know. And maybe as Gunter is paying them whatever he's going to pay them, I don't know how much a deckhand makes, they have to pay 5%, 10%, 50% back to the town up until a certain sum has been reached that you feel appropriate. But not so much that they're giving you their whole penny. Like, they need to live themselves. They need to eat and to, I don't know, whatever their hobbies may be, to go hobby around.
The best way to turn a criminal, I completely agree with that. In my experience, the best way to turn a criminal from his ways is giving him that honest work and giving him that ability to be able to make something of himself. Otherwise, he's just going to go back to just trying to survive, which can take place in the form of thieving. Even after they serve their time, whatever time they end up serving here on the island.
Now wait. Now Malaysiarch has rebutted in here.
Rebutted in.
This man here. What did you say your name was again? Pointing to Zil specifically.
Zil?
Zil. Young friend Zil. This man has spoken more sense than anybody in this courtroom has.
Yeah.
Payment must be made. The crimes of these individuals, they have cost this town much in reputation and much in our way to keep our society afloat. No, I am not a evil wench that cares only about money, but I do think that when justice is being served, I need to be paid. I love the idea of taking these criminals and throwing them off this island. That's a good start. I don't necessarily know if I can trust them if we're keeping them here. That being said, I love what you're saying about giving little by little. And you do think, you say, Gunter, legendary hero, is on board with such a thing, is on board with such a task. He has a mighty fine crew
interested.
here. Interested, you say?
He wanted to see the result of the trial before he made any formal commitments.
I see.
But he's a
Zill,
reasonable man.
I want you to quickly
Yo, freaking
make
Zill
a
coming in clutch.
charisma survival check for me.
No, wait. Oh, survival check.
That's good. You'll be fine with that.
17.
17.
Yo.
That
It
ring
seems
coming in
like-
handy.
It seems like young, able minds have done their homework. And she stands up and she looks, kind of bends in over the table at like the bandits, including Duluth. You should be lucky to have friends such as these. Service. Service is what I demand. And above all, the payment of that service. How's to say? Your friend was lowballing me a little bit. 25% of what you earn each month is coming back to this town until it is paid up till full. And I believe with total damages, including, maybe some of the loss of business, maybe not direct loss of coin. A total between the 6 of you, years of work up to 5,000 EC worth of damage should cover. And she looks at the two people on their side, both Hinako and also, what's his name? Concord.
Mm-hmm.
She looks to Hinako first, and Hinako says, Maleziak, money isn't everything. But I do believe that banishment could be a just punishment. Yes, they seem sorry for their sins, and if you don't trust them to be able to reintegrate into the society where perhaps they could be of use. I know you are looking for more people on your city watch to be able to help, but if you believe banishment from the island is best, perhaps. And Concord, he chimes in, he says, banishment, payment. These are lives of people we're talking about. I know seeing someone behind bars and watching them rot will allow them time to think, but there is something to say about a hard day of work. I agree with the ability to rehabilitate somebody by relying on others. Zill, go ahead and make an influence skill check for me.
17.
Yo. Freaking Zill.
Before we have reached any kind of conclusion, is there anything else you would like to add in their defense? So what we've heard thus far is the group of you, including Eclaas Eeas, including bandits and people alike, reformed criminals. Is there anything that you would like to tell us about maybe the ongoings inside this keep? We've kept our eyes on that place for years, and it seems that not much has come in or out of there. Why that place? Any information you can give to be able to serve the better good of Takai Town would be of much help and of much use to us, you see, to keep other criminals from being able to take up residence and do bad things for our town and for our civilization. After all, we are a vacation resort. If word does get out that we are unsafe and unable to keep our borders safe, there is not much I can do to be able to rebuild that, especially so when word has got out. I I like the spin on it about, this group of heroes coming. But how can I ensure that crime isn't going to be able to run rampant once these heroes are gone off our shores? Those of you here, if you can give me any useful, valuable information about what to look out for here in the future, about what you've discovered in our jungle, that would be great use and perhaps may serve in a lot of use when it comes to maybe determining judgments of these individuals.
Well, Thordain's going to speak up. He's going to talk a little bit about his experience with the crown that he found in the basement of the keep and the historical telling. Does he still have that? I think he still has it, technically.
Still has it.
Yeah, so he's going to hand it up to the judge, and he's going to be like, and he's going to tell his version of the story on what he saw and how it tells like the story of the past, and it tells the story of like the civilization falling away, and it tells the story of the what's it called, the person inside the pillar, the dragon, right, who's keeping watch of it. And then Yuki's going to pipe in after he hands the crown, and she's going to say, and on top of that, this sorcerer Ameos mentioned that he was serving someone in particular, someone by the name of Lillothy. I don't know who that is, but that's what he kept proclaiming for Lord Lillothy, is what he kept doing before we ended his life. So I don't know if that's any useful information. It doesn't seem to be. We're not necessarily sure what it is, but if any of you have heard of such things, and then obviously Thordain hands the crown if they want to put it on too and be able to hear and see.
Thordain hands over that crown, and immediately they all look confused at each other, as if like, what the heck is this, like rusted old piece of junk. It is relatively tarnished for its age. However, upon further examination, they discover that this crown is made completely of platinum. And they look closer. They each take turns handing it over to each other. So much so where they're not really listening to what Thordain's story, what Thordain's tale is, as he begins to see. And it finds its way over to Concord, and he examines it closely. And where exactly did you find this treasure?
And Thordain, being a man of science that he is, doesn't mince words, and he explains the entire route in full detail of the fortress on how he got down through the fireplace of the Bloodluster, down into an old abandoned dusty ass room, and it's in the basement basically of this place, and it looks old, like the place looked incredibly old in the fortress. So
he looks to Hinako and says, there's going to be some more research that needs to be done in order to discover what this crown and its origins are. Do you mind? And he looks over to Thordain.
And
Thordain's
Thordain's like,
this for a little bit.
And Thordain's like, as long as it's for science, I'm totally fine with that.
Indeed. Science it is. We will take a look into this and get back to you at a later date. So thank you, handing it over as evidence of what's gone on and the aware.
And Thordain's like, you should put it on. And he keeps gesturing. It's pretty cool. You see things when you do so.
And you said you're a man of science.
I am a man of science. And this is by own trial and error on my account.
Go ahead and make a charm skill check for me.
With Thordain, oh my god. Oh, it's not bad. I don't think he has good charm at all, but let's see. Hold on. Oh, he's got 2 charm. 13.
Okay.
He's charming what? So
They put it, the Concord puts it on. All right, now I'm just feeling silly in this thing, and he takes it off and he puts it down. But we will get back to you on that. And actually, that information that you did share with us is useful to a degree. And with that, I will send some of the men from Flamberge in order to investigate and search that place up and down. And Malasiarch, with your permission, anything that we find there we shall take back to Flamberge, to Nalgoric, our king. I believe if they're finding things such as these crowns, there are all kinds of historical artifacts that may be still yet in that place to be discovered. And I don't trust them in the hands of vacation goers. If you understand what I'm trying to say, respectfully, of course. Malasiarch rolls her eyes. From all that I'm seeing that you have there, that's worth quite a bit of coin. If you don't find any use for it, and then looks down to you, I might be willing to buy this off of you. And then Hinakoshi jumps in. But not so hasty, not so hasty. We have to discover what this is first, of course, after all. And, it does belong to those who find it, right? And Concord kind of reluctantly rolls his eyes a little bit. Indeed. But that remains to be seen what the true natures of this thing really truly are. But back to, as it were, this trial. Do you have any last words to speak for these individuals before we conclude and before we make our decision?
I truly don't think we would have been able to kill the sorcerer without their help.
We definitely wouldn't have been able to. We wouldn't have been able to get up and at the very least even get to him, access him in general. Duluth played an integral role in even allowing us to get up there. So, yeah. So I agree. I agree with them.
And they helped us like plan it all and infiltrate. So yeah, they're very integral. And yeah, you all have your lives probably today because of them. So
Go ahead and make an influence skill check for me. This is going to actually be at +2.
Who?
Yuki.
I'm pretty sure Zill has better influence than I do, but it's okay. I'll roll it.
It's because he has no charm.
Ooh. Can I use my hope?
You absolutely can if you have it to use.
I'm gonna use my hope. That was a natural one. All right.
Hope and embolden on the same roll.
Yeah, I guess technically it wouldn't have been a natural one, but either way.
Well, actually, it is a natural one because it's not emboldened. It's +2.
Oh, my mistake.
So 13 plus 3, 16 plus 2, 18. That's pretty good. Thank you, Hope.
They look at each other. Well, Concord, he actually steps down from his podium and he makes his way over to Krothos. He puts his hand on his shoulder. My friend, it's good to see that you're safe. That you've lived to be able to tell this tale. And I must say that I'm very, very, very proud of you. For following the laws of this land. And for bringing these individuals, willingly, yes, before us here. We're gonna go take some time to deliberate amongst the three of us to see exactly what is going to be the just sentence
for these individuals.
And so they leave, the three of them. They go into a back room and they begin to speak and discuss. At this point, you can tell Krothos is still keeping an eye on everyone. And you can tell that at this point, like, the bandits are shaking in their boots. Truly shaking in their boots.
Can Yuki pull out her harp and play a little ditty of inspiration, not inspiration, but of joyful hope for them?
Yeah, sure.
Just
Absolutely.
you know, I mean, won't do anything for them, but
Make a charm skill check for me as you do so.
You know, just trying to keep the mood, you know, to not have them waiting on their fate for forever. It's not great. I'd say 12.
12. It does lift their spirits, especially some of those who are, like, really feeling down in the dumps. You play this for a few minutes, about 10 minutes pass, about 15 minutes pass, and finally the doors open. Blaziarch, Concord, and Hinako, they make their way up to the stand. And Blaziarch, she has written down on a scroll. The sentencing for Duluth and his group of bandits. And then she goes ahead and she names each one of them. For the crimes against the people of Takai Town. She rolls her eyes. And also for their bravery of helping the people of the world. She kind of looks over to Hinako, and Hinako like kind of just nods. It is under our supervision that we grant each and every one of these individuals here before us not only amnesty from the things that they've done, but free passage to and from this island. That being said, 2,000 EC of damages will be owed by each of these, and not each of these individuals, collectively by these individuals, to be due in 5 years' time. They may seek whatever work they see fit in order for us to do so, but we will have our payment in a timely manner. And for you, group, and she points to Zil, Luxalia, Yuki, Belbin, and Thordane. To each of you, we owe you a debt. If ever you are in need of anything, any assistance, here in Takai Town, Flamberge, and at the shrine, you are friends of this place. You have done good work, showing your character, showing your strength, and showing your true intentions. While I personally might not agree with everything that has been said here, we do have you to thank for our lives, especially if what you say is true about what you've experienced. The darkness that was growing is dispelled, at least for the meantime. And we are relying on you, Eclaas Eeas, to be able to help us out in the meantime. Once and if that darkness should return, we look to you to shed some light on the situations of darkness. You are free to go. But first, Eclaas Eeas, if each of you will come to the stand, we have something to be able to give of you. A reward for helping this town. So essentially what the group, for all those who are listening, for all those who are watching, what the group had just experienced was a full-length, trial, but diplomacy. So these are a bunch of skill checks that basically allowed the party to make their way up to a certain total, with modifiers based on their answers. There are certain things that they could have said that would have led to negative modifiers, disapprovals, unsatisfactory answers, neutral stuff, favorable things. And fortunately, with this group, there were 3 individuals to be able to appeal to. So some things may work for some things may work for another. However, based on the results of the rolls and the modifiers put into place, Eclaas Eeas had a nearly perfect results. Had a nearly perfect results. Which ended up in a flawless
Victory.
Flawless victory, but flawless
Flawless trial.
diplomacy. Like flawless trial, flawless diplomacy. And so because of that, not only are Duluth and crew completely set free, they, with obviously the promise of payment for damages due, Eclaas Eeas are each granted 100 EC from the town of Takai Town to be able to help them basically overcome such a darkness. And with that said, Hinako actually pulls the group of you out to the side once the other 2 depart. Actually, surprisingly enough, Duluth and the bandits are holding back, actually waiting for Eclaas Eeas to be able to come and speak with them. But Hinako, she mentions, while some of us here might not have truly understood what you have done for us and perhaps for the world, I want to thank you on behalf of the Shrine Maidens here of Takai Town. Again, there was a growing darkness that we had sensed looming in the west, and unfortunately we did not have the strength to be able to go investigate. It is a wild, wild jungle out there, and to be honest, it was something that was becoming quite a weight on our hearts. So we thank each and every one of you. Moving forward, I'm not sure where you are to go from here, but do know that you have made friends here. And if what, again, you have said is true, be careful. Things, people, may not always be what they seem. And she kind of narrows her eyes as she looks to you. Oftentimes, creatures of evil, creatures of malintent, they can disguise themselves as creatures of light. Don't truly believe on what your eyes can purely see, the words that people purely speak, as they may lead you astray. But with the help of Alamnia and his guidance, I do believe each and every one of you will find your path to be able to save this world. To bring true light where false light exists. My friends, enjoy a much well-deserved rest. And may Alamnia guide each and every one of you. And that's where we're going to end our session.
Oh, freaking sick. Oh, we did it. We freaking did it.
Yeah, you guys.
What just happened?
What are those freaking rolls?
Oh,
So I actually designed this for all of you that are here on it. Like, this is like the very, I think, first true diplomacy that's gone. And actually, I found some results that are very interesting. So outside of just like your basic rules, based on your culture and based off of like racial like prejudices and everything, you start off with like a certain score, starting all the way from like a -4 to your score total overall, going all the way up to a +4. Because Yuki was the main speaker, and based on like how your relationships with Islander humans are, or Southern humans are, starting between a 0 to -2, between those, depending on who's speaking. The averages for failure and like great success increase. So the way that it like the stats are kind of laid out is you get certain amount of points based on your check. So if you got like a really good check, basically you get a 3 in your favor. That's a favorable answer. If you got an okay check, that was an adequate answer, so you get 2. Or if it's just kind of like very average answer, you get a 1 to that. And then if you have an unsatisfactory answer, that's a -1. And if you have a disapproved answer, so like things like lying and being found caught lying, things that are like really go against what the people that you're talking to go against, that could be like a -2 or like a really bad skill check roll. The maximum possible that you can get for this is a 28. Unfortunately, because none of you have a +4 just favor rating with this individual, the highest you could possibly get was a 24, which is what you got. But a 21 and plus is a flawless, basically, diplomacy.
Flawless victory.
A 17 to 20 was a great success, so that's something. 13 to 16 is a success, just overall. A 9 to 12 is like uncertain, so like maybe like, you know, some mostly bad effects happen, but maybe like some good things come out of it. And then an 8 or less just on that total is a failure. From the 0, I did a roll out of, actually I spent a lot of time like, and I had made basically I was like rolling with a character that was like a 4 in charm and a 4 in influence for like all of these things, all these different checks. And the average for a party that had like a 0 favorability rating was a 13.5, which is just success. So you guys were rolling freaking good. Like, I mean, as all of us can see, really, really freaking good. Like 17s and 18s and like that kind of stuff, like quality stuff. It's crazy. Even at a +4, like the scores on average weren't that high. It's like a 19.8 on average when I was rolling for like a +4. So that's really good. You guys were able to get that 21 plus, and people were able to go free. And so for those of you watching, this kind of one of those like nuances where like I think for a lot of the adventure, and we can maybe talk a little bit more about this in the Everlast podcast. For a lot of the adventure, I know a lot of it has been focused on like, you know, dungeoning, role playing, and also like combat and all that kind of stuff. It really goes to show that there's actually some really important stuff story-wise, but also, going forward, uncovering things, mysteries, that kind of stuff, your relationships with people, like what could potentially be how people view you in certain locations. Like, it's really important. And so sometimes it's good. Like, charisma might be one of those stats that you just like, oh, I want like a super combat heavy party. And it really draws us to this idea of like each member of the party serves a function. And I think Eclaas Eeas played that really well. I think every single person that spoke, not only did they roll well, but they used their strengths and they used actual role play to be able to, help maybe boost scores a little bit and that kind of stuff. So it's, one of those things that's really fun, I think, to be able to see and, really build kind of like a fun kind of courtroom experience. And hopefully at the end of this, from what you guys were able to see, justice is served, but also mercy is served too. And that's a very beautiful thing. And Everlast, I really want this game to be able to be something where, it's inspiring to you, and just for all of you to realize that in your daily lives, you might have done things to mess up. You might have done things to, to people, to yourself to society that maybe has hurt, but like with the power of God, with the power of Lamnia, there is mercy that exists as long as you're willing to put yourself forward and admit those things and admit those mistakes. And it really does serve in a good way. And not only did fate with the roll of the dice agree with that, but it seems like we have some free men roaming about, even though they did some maybe not so good stuff. And justice was served with maybe some of the arguments that we saw, and some of those ethics might be arguable, but as far as what Eclaas Eeas did, I think it's going to be a really fun adventure going forward. And so when we join up next, let's go ahead and take a look at that. So that's going to actually be our last session for the month of October. And so our next session is going to be on Saturday, November 12th, and then the November 19th. And so those are going to be our next two sessions when we play. And so we'll see you guys in November when we come back. But it's something I think for the party to be able to think about, to be able to mull over, and also for Eclaas Eeas, for you guys to be able to think about is what's next, what to explore. I mean, I know there's some loose ends that still need to be tied. Meeting with Krothos, going to Flomberge and discovering what's going on there. Maybe doing things like talking to Gunter, what his plans are and where he's going. And so it's just things to think about as Eclaas Eeas finishes up this holiday phase. But before we leave, is there anything else that anybody wants to talk about? Anything that people want to answer?
Yeah, well, I mean, first and foremost, thank you all for joining. We really do appreciate it. Again, the month of October, meaning we're doing spooky horror month, and I would say that freaking experience with that dungeon in Ameos and even that trial was absolutely terrifying to me. So, in true Halloween theme, and true Halloween,
nothing's more scary than the law.
Exactly. But yes, as far as the week ahead goes in particular, so we are continuing our horror streams for the month of October. So currently on my streams on my end, I'm going to be continuing my playthrough of Fatal Frame, Maiden of Blackwater. Absolutely terrifying. Oh my goodness. It is
for those of you who haven't been watching, like, oh man,
it's literally the most terrifying game I've ever played in my life. It's horrible. I mean, it's really fun, but like it's really super scary and like deals with some really tough topics, like especially when it comes to mental health. I mean, it's a Japanese horror game, so like it's just full of it, but it's really good. We're going to be continuing our playthrough on Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday of this next week. Friday, we're going to be dressing up in our normal true fashion. Again, on Friday, we dress up in costumes and do all kinds of fun stuff. We missed out on a Japanese ghost this past Friday, which is really fun. But also this coming Saturday, we will be uploading the podcast covering this session and session 12 on the Saturday. So be there, be square. That will be up on our YouTube channel. And yeah, I mean, outside of that, we are still forging our way to 1,000 followers. So if you know of anyone who
we're going up in numbers, it's exciting.
It is very exciting. Yeah, definitely. It's been really, really nice lately, and I'm really happy and encouraged with this wonderful community that we have. But also, we're starting a new thing on Mondays, since it's a day we don't normally stream here at Fantasy Forge Studios. We're going to be doing more community night type things. So every Monday, starting from this Monday, we're going to be having a movie night in our Discord. And so that it will be during our normal stream time, so 7 p.m. Japan Standard Time is when it's going to start. We will try to change it up here and there as well, because I do realize we also have some American followers who maybe that's really early in the morning for them, so we might mix it up a little bit too, but mostly it's going to be just the normal stream time because everyone's used to that at this point. But we're going to be starting off our movie marathon with A Nightmare Before Christmas. So come join us in the Discord. Here is a link to the Discord if you're not part of it. Again, we're a very fun, kind, caring community, and we all really care about each other, and a bunch of really fun people are part of it too. So come join us. The only thing I ask is when the movie is actually going, please keep your mic on mute so we can all enjoy and watch the movie without anyone talking in the background, if you catch my drift.
Or anyone with their seasonal sniffles.
Yeah, or popcorn, it's just the crunch in a way. Good stuff. But outside of that, nope, we're just continuing on with our normal horror playthroughs. And again, Everlast, the podcast will be up on our YouTube channel. And again, if you want to be able to spread this content with other people, again, Everlast is in the process of being made, so feel free to go and spread it with as many people who you think would really like this game.
Yeah, honestly, one of the things that would be that's super useful as far as like just helping support Everlast. Obviously, you can go to the Patreon and subscribe at the $5 or $10 level for some hope or for some little bit of extra content. Prayers are super duper helpful as well, as we're really trying to make this game something that is good and fun for people, but also like actually impacts them positively in their lives as well. But lastly, spreading the word and bringing people to Fantasy Forge Studios. This is the only place that you can get Everlast content, and so being able to share it on your social medias, being able to like share like the YouTube videos and everything from there, get people that you have friends to be able to come and watch not just these streams but the Fantasy Forge streams, and to just become part of this great growing community. The more people we get behind this, the more traction that the game is going to be able to get. And like, but just simple shares and simple likes and like introducing like this to new people is a really quick way to be able to do that, to be able to not only grow the community but to enjoy this wonderful world of Everlast that Eclaas Eeas and the group of us have been able to explore and experience up until this point.
And also for those of you who, again, the prayers and just spreading the word and just hanging out with us is the most important thing. But those of you who are fortunate enough to be able to give towards it, we're producing it ourselves, to get this game ourselves here at Fantasy Forge Studios. There's a couple ways to be able to fund that. As Kyle mentioned, we do have a Patreon. We have 2 levels for that, which includes some really cool rewards. And I'll let Kyle talk about that in a second. But the second way that you can support financially is by our merch store. We have a bunch of really fun, unique Everlast merch. For example, some character shirts in chibi style. Again, this game's great because it's like a D&D type-ish game. I mean, different in many ways, but it has a nice anime style to it too. So for those JRPG fans and things out there, we got all kinds of stuff from stickers to t-shirts to hoodies. It's getting cold these days, so feel free to stop by our merch store. All proceeds that we make from it go towards supporting the game of Everlast. So that's one thing you can do. And Kyle, do you want to talk a little bit about some of the rewards that you can get with the Patreon?
So just briefly, those who subscribe at the $5 level, you are bringers of hope. You can intercede on fate one time per month in the 2 streams that we have to be able to grant hope to players. Hope is really important. It's a reroll, and as we saw, it saved a natural 1 to going to a much higher number than that. Or it can help in the past. It's helped with, again, really rare gear or like things like that. So hope is very important, and you're allowed 1 of those per month. And then at the $10 level, you're allowed to give 2 hopes per month, and additionally, you gain access to the Everlast podcast before the streamed, not Everlast podcast, but the Adventures of Eclaas Eeas before the official streamed product. Obviously, it's hours upon hours of fun content. While it was still a D&D campaign, working its way all the way up to the officially streamed broadcast. So that's a kind of little fun additional content and perk that you can get for subscribing at the $10 level. But again, the prayers and everything are very important. Sharing, spreading the word, all that fun stuff.
Yep. Great. Cole, Max, do you have any announcements? Do you guys know when you're going to be streaming next? Or just anything? Yeah. Anything to mention?
Next stream will be November 4th at the 7:30 Mountain Time. Where we will also be continuing the horror theme. We're starting the sequels in Lego Star Wars.
Nice.
I have lots of thoughts on this, so
we
had
a 30-minute discussion about the sequels the other day, and I'm like, Cole, you got to save it for this Friday. And he's like, well, we're not streaming this Friday. I'm like, well, crap, save it anyway.
Well, I look forward to it, actually. I'm really looking forward to that.
Just the horror continues in
Nice.
I've been sitting on that joke for about 10 minutes.
It's good. Hey, it's there. Cole, anything on your end? Or did Max say it all?
He said it all.
Okay. I like the feedback. It's nice. Anyways, I think that's where we're going to end it, guys. Thank you all for joining us. And Kyle, I'll leave it to you to sign us out.
Absolutely. Thank you all for joining us. As usual, you guys are a big, lovely Fantasy Forged family. And we will see you pretty soon. Again, to see you for Dane's normal streams and also for the Everlast podcast next week on YouTube. Go ahead and check it out when it gets put up. But that's all of us signing out, and may Allah Omnia guide you.